now we need music. I'm gonna have to bring in the.
Oh. Wow.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
As much as we're together, we don't have any pictures together. Wow.
Ooh.
Thanks, Josh.
Thanks, honey. Hello, queens. Cheers. Oh, let's put this in my.
Wow.
Yeah.
Josh.
Enjoy.
Let me tell my story before I start drinking first.
Child. Oh, child. Let's. Get us in your stories too.
Okay.
We're live. Hi guys. Oh, that jumped up quick. Hey.
Hello. Happy Cinco de Mayo. It's Friday. I'm so excited.
This is the only time we can hang out.
Yes, we're here.
Cheers. Let me see.
All right. We got Cece here. I told you. Shonda's here. Who else we got? We got Sunshine, Corporate Curly, Carolyn, Marcia. Y'all rolling right on in. Christy's here.
A girl.
Melanie, Deanna. Y'all. You know that guy on TikTok? Maybe you don't know, but he always starts this thing. He tells murder stories, and he like, no time for introductions. Just come on in, and he starts the thing.
Sorry, you're on so many parts of TikTok.
I am living on TikTok. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? The guy who tells like the murder stories, and then or trigger warning, and then he'll be like, no need for introductions.
Did you just say trigger warning?
I know. I don't know.
You are literally like a TikToker. Trigger warning.
Right, you gotta say these things now. And also, I'm on Eric May's TikTok. I'll tell you about that earlier. You didn't know who Eric was.
Hey, y'all.
How's your week been? How has y'all's week been? My week.
It's been so long. It's been so long. What was the
Our
last
last
one? Christmas or Thanksgiving? Oh, that's so sad.
I think we did one for Christmas, Thanksgiving.
The good one was Thanksgiving.
Yeah. And then we did one on Christmas. I don't even remember that one.
Yeah, but that was just not hidden. This is the spot we have to be in.
Yeah.
Just gets
our good
used.
ones are in here. Let me get comfortable.
Tiring. Somebody said their week was tiring.
Oh,
Akita has a story to tell you. We're gonna just wait a little, let people come on in.
Because I need y'all,
she needs advice.
I need advice, okay? Normally we're here to give you guys, but girlfriends, I need you. I need you. Now don't have me fighting or, we don't need to insert nuck if you buck, but
crime.
It's heavy.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Want to know some more?
No.
Okay.
It has been too long. I know.
But we'll cover other stuff too. If you guys need something, we'll cover all of your stuff.
Babe, what's in the drink? I know it's like with the frozen
margarita
drinks, like that come in the pack. I think they're dailies. And
really
what else did you put in it? Oh, this isn't the mixture? Or it is? You mixed all of that? Yeah. Child. It's a Dailies frozen drink, margarita, plus margarita mix, plus vodka.
Wow.
Are you watching the coronation tomorrow? No.
What is the coronation?
It's with the king in England.
Oh.
Where he gets the title, the official title.
Oh, wow. I didn't know.
Where did I get the picture in the back? Etsy? I found it on Pinterest initially. It was like saved in my like bedroom mood board when we were moving into this house. And then I was like, I need to find a picture like that. I really like how that bedroom looks. And I was like, let me just see if I can find that picture. And I did on Pinterest. It like took me to the Etsy seller. And it was a photographer. who sells these prints. This is the biggest one. And it just comes like rolled up in a print. And then I took it to a thrift store here that had a framers inside, and they framed it for me. Then we had to rent a U-Haul to get it home because I didn't realize how big it was. So yeah, I'm pretty sure we have this linked on my Like to Know It, but it's an Etsy seller. Are y'all going to Essence Fest? I don't know.
That's coming up like next month, right?
I think it's July.
Oh, July. You said that.
I'm not sure though. Mm-hmm. Do you want to go to Essence Fest?
I would love to go to Essence Fest. Yeah.
I would like to go and be paid, of course, but I had such a good time. I'd like to go again. But I don't have any interested parties yet.
Yeah.
So
I'm surprised Pandora didn't sponsor it again.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, they're doing a lot of long-term partnerships like they are with me with other people, and they're just doing, I feel like they're focusing on other trips.
Yeah.
Like singular trips. So
but I think that's good for them as a brand. I'm like talking like I work for them. I'm like, no, that's good for a brand.
Oh, you just want the recaps of the fashion. I'm here. The picture sets the mood. It does. It really brought it all together.
Yeah.
This is my biggest accomplishment as far as interior design. This room was the hardest. We went through 3 rugs. Remember that?
Yes.
I kept having to have her and her husband come over to help us lift up the bed to move the rug every time. So I would buy one and be like, it's just not right.
Yeah. But this one was
perfect. I was like, it's still not right.
Yeah, this one was perfect.
I'm looking for some nude heels for a wedding. Any suggestions?
You know where I went that had some really good new ones? Because one of my best friends was going to an event, and there were a lot of them at I'm thinking this was Macy's. Macy's has a lot of good ones right now. This was in store. But where have you seen some?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah. And not only because I was just there this past weekend. But Macy's had a lot of really good ones.
I feel like this quality is a little. I need a new laptop. This will have to do.
It's been good to you now.
It has been. I've just had it for like a while. I look a little fuzzy. I just came here to talk about Janae's.
Talk about her what?
My moto jacket.
Oh,
I know. It's the other love of my life. I knew I wanted it immediately when I saw it. I think it's my most expensive purchase out of anything ever. Oh no, that's not true. But it's up there for a jacket. But I've already worn it a bajillion times.
That's good.
So,
because is it still cooler in New York? You still feel like you'll still be wearing it?
Oh yeah. And it's like I always wear leather jackets on planes. So in my mind, I was like, this will be the airport outfit every time.
Right.
Oh Lordy, we must have somebody new.
What did they say? Where they cover this in every one.
I know. Janae, can we please get a Fashion Please series soon? I want to. I do.
You got a lot of things happening.
I would like to do that. I would like to be a part of something like that. It's just, I don't know if I can put nothing else together. I'll let you take that one.
I will not be in LA. I wish, but I will not. I'll be watching from afar like you guys.
Where's that at? Oh.
Yeah. Well, I'll be in LA for the meet and greet.
Josh will be there.
But if something happens and he can't, you just call me, okay? I'm come right on over. I saw someone came for your neck for these videos. Y'all, let me tell y'all what happened this month, and then y'all will maybe give me a little bit more grace. This is the last time. Just don't give up on me, okay? Don't do that to me. We're girlfriends. So should I go into the story now, or should I?
Is that the only thing that's happened?
No, but I feel like that's the most prevalent. That's the one I've been telling. But yeah, you know, once she gave me some context, I think she came in love. Like, girl, we just need some more content. And she's right. I need to do better. Yes, but I've been here and I've been well.
Ashanti and Nelly are back together.
People always say remind them of Ashanti. I definitely don't see it. Maybe it's like my voice.
I don't know.
Maybe I just give off that vibe. That
I never thought you looked like anybody. But the star you are. All right. Start with your story so we can get some advice before we get too tipsy.
I don't want to be drunk trying to tell the story. Okay. How's your year going? Mid-year check-in, goals, travel plans, etc. Okay. I just said, Akita, I'm this close. I said, she be ready. Okay, so you look like Ashanti for sure. Okay.
Cece said, we know life be lifing.
It's the cheeks. Yeah. I mean, I think it's a compliment, but I never saw it.
Have you ever been told that besides on YouTube?
Once I got on YouTube is the only time I was told that. Never before in my life. Before, like, maybe like 7 years ago, it was like you favor Gabrielle Union, but I think it's just
complexion.
Like complexion and maybe like the personality. But I didn't think I really looked like her. It's the eyes. The eyes? I don't know.
It's the eyeballs.
Yes. So thank you so much. It's the widely spaced eyes. I never like an alien. Oh my gosh. It makes you look
I don't know if we needed to.
It's like getting worse. Oh my god, it's gonna be a good night. Okay, but y'all, we're gonna help y'all too. So go ahead and get y'all stuff ready. We're gonna come, but we're gonna get right into. Let me tell y'all what happened to me. Okay, no need for introductions. Let's get right into it. Okay.
Tell your story and we'll address that at some point.
Okay, great. Okay.
CSM.
Okay.
We'll talk about that.
Okay. Let me start from the beginning, guys.
I can so dramatic.
She's already heard the story two other times, so here we go. So you guys know. If you don't know,
no, nobody knows.
No one knows. I was going to give you a backstory because there may be new people or people who don't know who I am. So, for those who do not know who I am, my name is Akita. I have worked in human resources.
You didn't even start an introduction like you normally do.
Let me stop being rude.
You didn't welcome the people in. You didn't tell what this is.
Hey, mates and girlfriends. This is the Good Girlfriends Chat. Janae and I are actual friends in real life. Okay. This is Janae, who's High Low Lux.
You're on my channel.
And I am Akita. My channel is Akita Man. We started Good Girlfriends Chat during the pandemic when we were shut down. We lived right across the street from each other. And we met each other when she lived in DC, and then she was like, I'm moving to Virginia. I was like, oh my gosh, there's only houses right by my house. And boom, she bought a house right by my house. So nonetheless, we've been friends for the past couple years. And when the pandemic was shut down, the only thing we could do was just go to each other's houses. There was nothing else to do. Everything was closed and shut down. So we decided to do these and we bounced them between channels. We'll do one on her channel, do one on my channel, vice versa. So today you're getting today's episode on her channel. Now, as far as who I am, I have worked in human resources for the last 10 years of my life, mostly in talent acquisition. So that's what I do. I recently left corporate a year ago, actually like 14 months ago, and have been doing content creation, giving myself a break, just
finding herself,
just finding myself, and I'm so grateful that I've been able to do that. So now that the year has come to its past, I'm just like, you know what? I think I want to get back into it. Let's give this corporate thing another try, right? So I've been interviewing for companies. I'm not reading the comments, so if you see something, let me know. So I've been interviewing at different companies. I've been very strategic. I don't want to be caught up in no mess like I was in my last job. So anyway, I've been applying for positions, and this past week, we'll go back to last week. I'll call this a company in Virginia and a company in Atlanta. That's what I'll call it. So the company in Virginia and the company in Atlanta both have great benefits, amazing benefits. So they're very comparable as far as that's concerned. The company in Virginia gave me an offer to move forward with employment with them. The company in Georgia also gave me an offer. So once I got the offer, well, I'll say this, I even went to Georgia to go for this interview. So I went to Atlanta last week and I went on this final interview last Thursday. Friday comes, they give me an offer as well. So by the end of last week, I was presented with 2 offers with 2 good companies. Once I take the weekend to kind of look over the different, offers, et cetera, I read over all of the handbook and the benefits that they give me. The company, I decided to go with the company in Atlanta. That's just, it's remote. It's just still allows me to have more flexibility. Whereas the one in Virginia wanted me to go in the office every day and just didn't have as much flexibility. Okay, so I decided I want to move forward with the company in Atlanta. So I emailed the company in Virginia and I said, thank you so much, but no, thank you. I am choosing not to move forward with your offer. And so I moved forward with accepting the offer in Georgia, in Atlanta. So that offer came by, and so Monday comes. I said, hey, I have a couple of questions. Like, I read over the 36-page handbook that you guys had. I just have a couple of questions. So she said, no problem. She answers a couple of questions. And one of the questions we get to is about salary. So I said, hey, I noticed that in the process we talked about one offer amount, but the offer is a little bit lower than that. I did also receive another offer, but is there room for any flexibility? I didn't even negotiate. I was just inquiring. So at this point, she said, oh, you want me to go back and ask the team? I was like, yeah, ask the team. Go ahead, ask them. Is there any more money in the budget? So an hour later, so she gets off the phone, and then I get another email that pushes the original offer back to me. So I'm like, oh, okay, I guess maybe they couldn't change on the offer, accept. So I officially accepted the offer. We move forward. About an hour or two later, she calls me back. And when she calls me back, she says, hey, Akita, we aren't able to move forward with the budget. It's really tight. We don't have, this role is newer to the organization. We don't have any money. We're broke. So I was like, oh, no problem at all. I see that y'all have other benefits holistically. I think this is going to be a good fit for me and my family. I see there's a bonus. So, we're all good here. So I said, now do I need to fill out some 2 other parts of the offer letter? And then she says, well, what we really want to do is we want to be able to bring you in at a higher position. We think that honoring your experience and what you bring to the table, we really would value that here at our company, and we want to bring you in at a higher role. So I was like, oh, okay. And she said, we don't have another role we don't have said higher role, but we want to bring you in at this higher role. Okay, let's call succession planning. Great. So you bring in this, and I'll go into the higher role when y'all get it. All right. But the more she kept talking, she said, it sounded like we were separating. So I was like, I feel a little lost about what the next steps here are. Like, what's happening? So she said, well, give me, let me call you back. And I said, yeah, maybe we all should just get on a call, me, you, and the other person, and let's all talk, because I'm getting confused at this point. So she gets off the phone. Another hour passes. She calls me back. And so she's like, hey, and she sounded very happy. And so I'm like, oh, she's setting the tone for a positive conversation. Wrong. Okay. She calls me back and she says, yeah, Akita, we were able to kind of connect and, just kind of talking through you having another offer and just knowing that, we may not have the budget. We decided that we're going to go ahead and actually recant and rescind the offer that we gave you. And I said, I'm sorry, the offer, the official offer that you gave me, you're rescinding it, not based off of my background, not based off of you found drugs in my system, but because of my inquiry of the offer amount. What? And on top of that, I told you guys earlier, I already turned down the other offer because I was moving forward with this company. And I wouldn't have done that had I not been given an official offer. We're just talking verbally.
That you accepted.
That I accepted. I have accepted this offer that you gave me. Okay. So then they were like, right, Brittany, it makes no sense. In the 10 years I've been in HR, that's unheard of. So I'm freaking out. I'm calling, I'm talking, I'm like, this is blah, 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 blah. I'm just like word vomiting all this stuff. Like, this cannot be what you guys are actually doing to me. And I even told them again, I said, I have turned down an offer to take this offer that you gave me. I said, is this part of your best practice for the candidate experience? Who makes hiring decisions even after you make an offer to somebody? That's nuts to me. So then moving forward, I'm just like, I gotta do something really quick. So even more so, I call the other company back because I'm just like, I need to do something and I need to do something quick. And I didn't want to do this. I did not, because it was so embarrassing. I'm just like, I had to tuck my tail in between my legs and ask the other company, like, hey, I'm back. I was tripping crazy. I must have been sleepy, bumped my head, but would you guys reconsider me for this other role? They're like, hell no, you flake. We can't trust you. You're a flight risk. And I get it. That's exactly what I look like. So I went from having 2 offers to 0 instantly.
Blessing in disguise. Someone right there. Someone right. I mean, obviously something wasn't right. Like, that's how your work environment would be. Flip-flopping. No consistency.
And that's exactly what I don't want.
That's ATL.
So at this point, I have the right mind to say, I'm taking this up the ladder. I didn't want to bring this to like social media. I don't want to go on TikTok and be like, this is my experience, and then blast the company and all this stuff, because I'm still out there in the pool of people like considering jobs. So I don't want to be out there and just, going viral for the wrong reasons. So my question is, what would you do in this situation? I have talked to all members of HR that I know, from the highest positions to the lowest. And again, we all agree that this was wrong. And then even more so, they kept gaslighting me. I'm like,
they still never said, like, at no point, like, oh, someone didn't relay the proper information or go through the right channels. Like, that was a mistake or an error. They're just like, we get to change our mind. And that's what we did.
Yeah. And I'm like, you make the hiring decisions, you talk through any questions. And even if they would have said, hey, Akita, just after talking with you, we decided to go with somebody else. We want to keep this role more junior. That would have been fine, because they wouldn't have given me an official offer letter. And then I could have just gone on with the other company or whatever the hell I wanted to do with my life.
Somebody said, take it to Glassdoor. Someone said, escalate.
Yeah. I do have the right mind to contact the executive team.
Yeah, someone has to be held accountable.
It's aware. Just so again, we're all debriefing.
Because I think it's also like, this isn't how you do this job. And as a professional, you know what that's supposed to look like, but other people don't.
Yeah.
That wouldn't be applying for an HR position, right? I would just be like, oh shit, like I must have done something.
Yeah. And that's not the case.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Okay. I'm trying to read as fast as I can, y'all. Okay. Yeah.
I got some good info. I got some good feedback there.
Yeah. Wow, how are y'all typing this so fast? I'm trying my best. Also, HR Pro, that was a blessing in disguise. If you don't turn out offering supreme employment is complete. And here's another thing with that. They have already, on both ends, they did my references already. I don't have a criminal record, and I don't do any drugs of any sort. So, and I also don't have another employer. So it's not like I was waiting on them to figure something out, but I did need to let one company or the other know something, because they wanted me to start this week. So there was a very small window.
That has always, I remember when I used to interview a lot, that was always my fear. Like, I'm waiting until I get in the fucking door of orientation to let the other people know.
Yeah.
But you think like, oh, I'm just being paranoid. But it's like, no, people just have no regard for other people's livelihood. That's crazy. Right. But I remember I used to be like, I'm not telling nobody shit until I sit my ass in the seat on the first day. Right. Like, oh, so I got the job. Okay.
And if I was working for somebody else, that would be the case. But
crazy.
There's no.
Yeah, like you wouldn't ever put your notice in.
Yeah.
But what if you would? Wild.
Yeah. So but again, this was such a like. No one has ever done this in the history of nothing. Of no one.
It's just the principle at this point. Yeah. But it's also like, do you want, in my eyes, it's like, do you want to dwell on this negative space? This isn't somewhere for, I know you want to teach them a lesson and, you know, you want them to right their wrong, but it's also not somewhere you want to be. And does it make sense to pour your energy into it any further when they've already wasted so much of your time?
Here's another thing too, though.
Yes.
Why I got into this public talk about HR and things you can and cannot do and just helping the people out there, though, I feel like that was stemmed because people don't know the rights and wrong of what happens in HR and what you can and can do as an employee. So I feel like I wouldn't be honoring what I tell people in my groups.
Again, because you have way more experience.
Right. So I'm like, no, I know this isn't right. So you can't just pull the wool over my
And if they're trying to insult your intelligence.
Yeah.
Like, maybe you've been out of the field for a while. This is just, it happens.
No, right.
That's what they're trying to tell you.
Because she was like, well, we really want to bring you in a higher position. I didn't ask for a higher position. I did not inquire about that. Y'all don't even have a higher position. This is the one I wanted. Now, at this point, no, I would never go back to that company. I would never trust myself. You know, if they said, hey, Akita, we have another higher position, I could never trust you in my livelihood ever again. So I even asked him, I said, it's so ironic how this is now coming about after I inquired about a salary amount that you told me, but gave me something different. I didn't even, when I had my negotiation hat on, they're coming with some money, but I just inquired, which again is not wrong. And I don't want even other people to think that it's a wrong thing. They didn't have any grounds to pull their offer. Exactly. You're absolutely right. Usually an offer letter will say unemployment is subject to references, criminal checks, and such. All of those things are absolutely right, which there was no other grounds outside of they just changed their mind. Consult with an attorney. Jacqueline says, as an HRBP, I would never do what they did to you. It's ridiculous. Right.
I mean, I feel like there's so many times, like when I was at Target, where it's like you fuck up and it's like, well, now we just gotta hire that person. Like we gotta eat it.
Yeah.
Like we missed something and now we're like, oh my God, that was like how did. But we just got, now you got to manage them out.
Right.
You got to just see how they perform and it's on us.
And that is something, so glad you brought that up, because hiring managers have done that. They'll be like, we changed our mind. Can we? I'm like, no, but now you can't. You are hiring Janae because you gave her that offer. You're moving forward. And if it doesn't work out, we'll find out in the future.
Yep.
But this was also to the VP. And the person that I was going to be reporting to has less experience than I am. So even when I was pushing back on her, she was like, well, this is just how the market kind of works. No, unfortunately, that's not how the market works when you make this poor choice after the fact. You're not valuing your offer letter. You're not valuing me and my time. You're not valuing me as a future employee. The candidate experience, poor.
Yeah, she accepted the offer through email and verbally.
Yes.
Ooh, they're coming in hot.
I know. They are really flying through here. Someone said, why did I accept the position at lesser pay?
You were fine with the pay. You just inquired.
Right.
Was like,
Right.
Mainly because you had the other offer. You were just like, hey, and that other offer was higher, but you liked this position more.
Exactly. And so I also too, it's not about how much more money can I get. It wasn't about the money for me. It really was more or less what's the best role for where I want to be right now in my life. So it wasn't even about
and what you have the capacity
for. And what I have the capacity for, even getting into being out of corporate for a year, I did not want to go in that's why I didn't even apply for a higher management position. I didn't want that.
That is so true, Jai. If HR is raggedy, chances are the rest of the, because that's usually at Target, like HR was the one that would be like, you can't do that. Like to me, like this is my store, and they'd be like, what are you doing?
Right.
Like my person that works for me in HR would be like, we can't do
You're
that.
putting us at risk.
You can't. And I'd be like, fine, you talk.
Fine.
Like they're supposed to be stepping correctly.
Yeah.
And keeping everybody
right.
So if they're flagrant.
Right. And this was, like I said, the VP who was, and even more or less, she was even putting this stuff in writing, further incriminating that yes, she switched and baited after the official offer letter was sent out to me. So it has me at a place where I going back in the court, I want to come back out. Never mind. I was tripping. I was tripping. But that's what I've been doing for the last month. I really have been pouring my energy into, connecting more on LinkedIn, just applying for different positions, reaching out to people. So that's what my energy
is the barometer. So that tells you everything you need to know.
It's low.
It would have been a terrible time.
Low.
This is a sign you don't need to go back to corporate. You want to talk about that? I think that's a great conversation.
It's a great conversation. So I'm glad you said that because it really did. Yeah, it really did kind of shake me up a bit. Not gonna lie, that got your girl. I mean, I was so excited and I hadn't been excited about a role in a long time. But what it did do is it really did. Like I said, it shook me so bad that I was like, it put me back in that perspective when I left. It really had me saying, I cannot let someone else control my money and my livelihood. That was the whole premise of this to begin with. And it was a year far behind me that it wasn't as fresh anymore. So now that it's back in my face, like literally, to the point where I had already calculated my paycheck. I was like, all right, so I work on this day. When'd you say the pays? Y'all get paid on the 19th. All right, 19th. All right, let me call American Express and get their check that day. I'm gonna go out this day. The money was spent, okay? Before I started, the money was spent. So again, it just put me back in that position of like, I can control what I can control. That means I got to get back on YouTube. That means I need to refocus on my content, which is what I was supposed to be doing to begin with. And the fact that someone can have a hold of my livelihood, it has me not want to put on another application a day in my life. And I want to be that way. Like I was very hopeful, but
don't start, sunshine. I'm watching you.
What'd she say? She coming for me?
She's talking about, I think Azure is drunk already.
What?
She's talking about you gonna be knocked out like Janae in the early days of Good Girlfriends. Listen.
You've been staying up. We flip-flopped. She be trying to talk late. I can't. I'm sleepy. So yeah, it really does have me thinking like, okay, that was a sign. I shouldn't be with either one of those organizations, or maybe there's another organization. There's something that I cannot see that I had to go through this. So am I going to stay in this place, all day kicking the cans down the road? No, I'm not, but
do not be scared to be uncomfortable.
Yeah. Love that. And this was, I mean, my feelings were hurt. Yeah. I just felt embarrassing. It was embarrassing to call that other company. Oof. Oh, I was sick to my stomach. Girlfriends. But again, also too, like I said, I have some people who are like, you need to just, escalate it. And then I do have some friends in the industry that say, just let it ride, let it go, just bow out. But like I said, I have you guys that I advise of things to do because I know what you can and cannot do. I know what's right and wrong. And I feel like I'm not pushing for the Black girl who doesn't know that this is wrong. Or, you know what I'm saying? I feel like I'm not honoring that part.
A lot of people are asking about doing consulting or HR on the side. Like, how do you feel about making that more of a focus in your business since you seem very passionate about it?
Yeah, and I feel like it did kind of like I've gotten
that in you again.
Yeah, I do. So I feel like this had to have happened. I needed this very
you were
loud.
Kind of doing that, but I feel like you underestimated how much you do enjoy HR.
I think so. I think that was the revelation of this. And maybe still other stuff may unfold because this all just happened this week, guys. So this is brand spanking new that has unfolded. So there could be other things. I do have all the things aligned as far as the business side of it. So I do think I want to, I'm going to re-engage that more than I have been. So, but it really, it almost has me ready to go to law school. Like I'm ready to fight. Like who needs representation? Like, so I'm really in that weird spot.
Yes, we will pray for clarity. I love that.
Yeah. I need to do that too. I need to pray on clarity. I don't want to make any hasty decisions.
Yeah.
But like I said, I am from Atlanta, and "Nuck If You Buck" was playing in my head all week long. I was ready to fight.
Earlier, somebody said you were a Southern belle. I was thinking, okay,
I don't like that version to have to come out, and I keep her low. She only comes out on an as-need basis if my livelihood is threatened, which I felt it was. So, and when I say "Nuck If You Buck," like, no, I'm not gonna go cuss out anybody, and I didn't do that even when we were having the conversation. I will professionally let you know where you stand, what was wrong, and again, she just kept pushing back, gaslighting me. Oh, it was just getting worse. So, how have y'all been doing,
honey? Can I have another drink, please? Okay. I know I'm going to have to come back later and really read through all the comments, but I'm trying to see them as fast as I can. Brittany said, I've considered law school too because of the craziness of encountering the past in the HR professional, so I get it. Just want to sue everybody.
It takes you there. And HR is such a great field because you advocate for the people, and as well as you represent the organization. You almost teeter a line of being an attorney, depending on your role.
Y'all know all the legalities.
We be knowing, okay? We be knowing this stuff. So to be wronged by one of your fellow peers when you be knowing, it just...
Such a slap in the face.
Woo! Now I ain't gonna lie. Now I know how you call it the comeback. I would not be able to do that one. It was hard, Tracy. I'm not gonna lie.
I wouldn't have been able to do that.
It was the sickest thing I've ever done in my entire life.
Like you knew they were gonna say.
I knew they were gonna say
no. Could not do.
I could not say I've done everything that I could do, and I had to walk away. Like that had to be added to this story. Yeah. Because even the further
it adds. Yeah, to the damage.
It adds to the damage, and even more so that further humiliation. I felt humiliated. The further groveling that I had to do. I'm making it even worse. The groveling on my hands and knees for another chance was just like, I've never even stooped that low. I don't even want to talk about it no more.
Moving on. No. What do we want to talk about?
So, how's y'all's lives been doing? Anything we can help you guys with?
Oh man.
Antoinette said, girl, based on their actions, they're not your peers in the office.
That's how they would have been moving in that office.
Right,
too.
right.
This bitch know too much.
Yeah.
She ain't nobody boss.
Yeah.
Because they would have been doing shit wrong.
Exactly.
Like, actually, we can't do that.
Yeah, no, I would have kept my mouth clear. I would have been like, this what y'all want to do that. And then I even said too, and this is the last thing I'm gonna say about it. So I said, is this what would y'all have done when I started? And you decided to change your mind, would y'all just fired me? She's like, no. Basically what you're doing right now, you're like pre-firing me.
Like,
I fired on my day off.
Oh no, you're not.
Oh my God.
We actually rescinded that. Did you not get the email?
Oh my god! And the effort, right. Oh my gosh! I mean, and the effort, because the role was remote too, so I was gonna have to drive back down there. I drove there for the final interview, which is on me. It's just fine. But again, just if you weren't sure and you knew I was coming from another state on my dime, you should have stopped me before we. I mean,
and they knew you lived here.
They knew this. And again, all these things are conversations you could have had with me prequel giving me an offer.
The mates were gonna come.
Knock it bucket. Okay, Nicole says you have to advocate because this goes beyond your case. Clearly, they've done this before and will continue to do it until they are checked. And here's the thing too. I even said to them, I would hope that you don't do this to anybody else in the future.
Yeah. And terrible experience. Like interviewing is not already hell.
Yeah. And it's ghetto out there. It is hard. You see these companies, Spotify laid off, Amazon laying off, Meta laying off. People are, and HR is getting it one of the worst departments because if they're laying off, they're not for hiring. Their HR is not there's no need. So it's getting worse and worse. And so for me to, like I said, even gotten to that point where I got 2 interviews, and 2 offers.
Do you go on Glassdoor
for reviews?
Yeah, there's a lot of talking about writing reviews there.
I just don't know if that's
enough.
I can write a review on Glassdoor, but I really feel like I want to have a conversation higher than that young lady.
Basically, she called her a bitch.
I want to
young lady.
She needs more accountability, and I think that
you want to write her up,
and I want her written up. Okay, I'm getting my attorney. Okay, and so Google's laying off. So people are getting laid off. Your boss to your partner laid off in January. It's happening. So it's just the switch and bait after the fact.
Ghetto.
It's ghetto out here, y'all. Oh. So I did, Danny. I did do reviews on, like I told you in the beginning, I've been doing my homework. I ain't just applying to any old willy-nilly company.
Somebody said going to the CEO has worked for them.
Yeah.
Like, can't you just find their email on LinkedIn?
I have. I found out who the entire executive team is. I've gone to, I've reached out to even peers who have connections to get the exact email. Here's another thing. Those who have emailed me, those who I've talked to in the email interview process, they all have different variations of their email. So they all have some kind of different email. So I can't pinpoint the exact email. So I did also download a Chrome extension that can get you businesses' email addresses if they're registered. So I need the exact person. I need to go to exact email address. Yeah, I have. So I've just been sitting on what I truly want to do.
Email them all.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she wasn't ready.
Thanks, babe. Thank you so much.
You want to say hi?
Hello.
Oh, you just blend in perfectly with our color scheme.
Well, he's all in color. Thank you. Did you order blue? Thank you. Sweet angel. You don't need our advice. You didn't need the research.
Because I'm telling you, I'm not just flying off emotionally here. I have done all my homework. I have talked to people, and I have done, even when they gave me the offer, I read their 36-page handbook.
Good night.
I am not playing about the next organization I join.
Really quick, West Coast, I have on the Aveeno body oil I talked about in the last video. Very good. And it smells good too.
Oh, I have it. I mean,
I can smell it. Y'all are funny.
So somebody need a Zoom call with the executive team. We all need a debrief, okay? I like that. Gina, whoa, that went by fast. But Gina said I should type it up, type my thoughts out, and then sit on it over the weekend and see how I feel moving forward next week.
There you go. At least get it out.
Yeah, I've started writing a couple of notes because there's so many different points as I tell the story to those I told. Like I'm getting the job, blah blah. You know, we've just been there's been so many highlights of just like this. There's so many points and bullets. Like I said, you know, only like 5 or 6 people knew that I got the offers, but there's splits. Some are saying just let it go, Akita, just leave it alone. You know, what do you want to gain from it? It's not about even gaining anything from as far as from them. Like there's no action I want. I don't want to work for you guys, but it just really is the principle and the lack of accountability and just that it's wrong. And if you did this to me, you cannot do this to anybody else. And
this is great content to put out. Somebody said, can we have a video on how to turn down an offer and then an update on this?
I can. So like another video explaining this and then...
Or even just sharing this story and then sharing like
an update.
More advice. Yeah.
Check. Done.
Someone said, as your friend, what is my advice? My advice is based on what I would do. And we're very different people. I'm not an HR professional and I don't like doing tedious things. So I wouldn't even have their emails or I would be like, fuck these people. And I would just move on. And I just feel like based on who I am, I already am an anxious person. I'm already an overthinker. I can't pour anything else into this situation because it would just stress me out. I would be impacted negatively more than anybody else based on how I just move. So my advice is like, oh, just move on. But that's based on like, I don't have the capacity. This would keep me up at night thinking about like, oh, what's my next move?
Yeah.
No. Now they're gonna make me have a heart attack.
Yeah.
But that's me. She's very different. You know.
When I tell you I know everybody's names, I know
like it would be more detrimental to my well-being to continue to like be involved in this.
Yeah.
Because I would just get so riled up.
Yeah.
Like sometimes I'm like, I tell Josh, like, I cannot get this upset by things.
Yeah.
Where like just little things will piss me off. And I'm like, I have to move on.
Yeah. And typically, you know, that's my makeup. Like I don't get all...
But you don't get as upset about things. You just kind of like try to find a solution or you'll dig into it. Like things will physically upset me where I'm like,
oh no, and that's a good point that you brought up. I am not typically, things don't rouse me up to that point. Like I'm an energetic person. I'm like a lively or even dramatic type of person, but overall things don't bother me like that. So like I said, but I think this was I have never experienced anything like this at all. That, like I said, got to the point to where we can say this compromised my livelihood. You know, we just had gotten to that place. So it just was so jarring and just so disappointing and just all the things that I don't want to experience dealing with corporate again. So like I said, it just has been a place of truly reevaluating, but it also sparked that. I mean, I got to post a like to know it. I don't did 2 posts on Instagram. I've already got my, I started editing a video. Like I started moving, you know, y'all get the video. Okay. Then I saw Think Media. He said, you know, the best thing you should do is put out 100 videos. Just get them out as fast as you can. 100 videos. So that's what, like I said, has been transpiring over the last month. And then I got to this place. But
Helen, that's a great question.
What did Helen say?
What kind of response would you hope to get from your letter? And how would you feel if you don't get that response?
So I think I'm already at a place where my expectations of them is at 0 or at low. So I don't think it's a matter of how can I be made whole in this. I don't expect a resolution of being made whole. I think the resolution, what my thought process is, this is the VP of HR. And if this is allowed to happen to me, I do not want another person to go through this. Like, this is not acceptable. And I don't want this young lady to do this to any soul. And to think that it's okay, because again, the person that I was going to be reporting to thought that this was right. So she is now even a member out there of HR condoning this wrong behavior. And I just, And if I don't, I feel like also too, if I don't go above her, who's going to check her? Who's going to check her to correct her, to have a conversation? I do expect if I go up
She's
to
fighting for humanity.
I'm fighting for you guys, humanity. Okay, think about all the people that have been fired from HR who've just been, and you don't even know there's stuff that you can do. If I don't, who will?
Ooh, if not you, then
if I don't, who will? But I also too, on the same token as you, I gotta move on. This has been already a week. I've told everybody who needs to be told. I brought it to my girlfriends. And I don't want this to spill over into like a month later. We're still talking about this because I don't want it to also impact me. I don't want to give them that much energy.
They've already wasted so much of your time.
They had a week of my time. And I don't want to. And even more so, like,
somebody said I love a good loss.
Now, I looked at options. Now, I did definitely look at options, but Soother asks for the salary I could have made. Your complaint is unlikely to have an impact anyway. It'll go on deaf ears. Possibly. And it may, I can't predict the outcome either way, but I do know unless she has taken it above her, no one else above her knows. And I think even too, it just may spark the conversation so that they don't do this again. You're gonna either you remember me or you remember this scenario.
Yes, Tracy, that's so true.
What Tracy said?
She said
at the top, Janae's no nonsense, and I don't have time unless you can see where the effort or outcome directly affects her life, in my opinion.
That's exactly how it is.
Because I don't get it. Explain that.
My takeaway was like, I just can't put a lot of time into things unless I see how it's going to help.
Oh, okay. I got you. Yeah.
Because I don't got that much energy.
Yeah.
I'm drained. Yeah.
Nicole said, Akita, I agree with you. I have worked in corporate for many years, and as women of color, we need to advocate. Those of us that have a voice must speak out to bring change.
And as an HR professional, you see the big picture and how people that are moved like this, you're already seeing how many other people they're going to impact negatively.
Right. You're also standing up for your profession, and it's personal. I think that's what it said. It moved really quickly.
Like it's a reflection of the HR field.
Yeah. And it's not this way. We already have a bad rep anyway.
We do. They're not as fuck.
They hate us. This is why they hate us.
Really. Here you come. Already decided. Now you want to tell me the rules and regulations.
Oh my God. Somebody said, how do I not too far. That leader is out there like, who is going to check me, boo? Answer, Akita.
So this was an illegal act.
So
have you looked at the legalities?
The legalities of it is, okay. If I can prove hardship, then I could potentially have a case.
Which you can, because you can prove loss of income.
Wages, right. So there are several options being thrown out here. I have taken action by no means at any part. Thank you, Josh.
Thanks, baby.
So, I wanted to bring it to you girls. Thank you so much. And just see, like I said, where we go. Because it's also
to get the litigation wig out.
And get my Annalise Keaton walk on. Like
we are eating nachos and guacamole.
Okay.
Y'all are funny to me.
I appreciate this though, because like I said, I want to make sure that I'm not also just operating on emotions, like.
Oh Lordy. I'm tickled.
So this make you you've been out of the workforce for a while. Does this have you you've been doing well for yourself. Do you ever have you're not even want to talk about that next?
question gonna be?
I was gonna ask as far as really of this moment.
Yeah.
Last night I had a dream that Josh had a pickup truck. He was riding around people's backyards at night. I don't know where that came from. I don't know why he was doing it. If you have a lawyer friend, my sister is actually an attorney in Atlanta. Perhaps complaining letter on the office letter at least some chills down their spines. That, just to shake the table a little bit.
Me in the conference room throwing the bowls at these hoes.
Oh, Giggles, you're so funny.
So funny. Oh, Lord. Right, pickup trucks, so random.
I know. I meant to tell you earlier, but I forgot about it.
What does your sister think as a lawyer?
I haven't talked to her yet about it.
Oh, that's funny.
I haven't.
Pretty good.
No, I'm good. I'm not double dipping, so please help yourself.
I don't like guacamole.
What?
I like queso. I'm a cheese.
Yeah. Great.
Yeah, it's all
yours.
yours,
Slide it right on to me.
Yeah, get right in there.
But can I have some of yours?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Lady probably in the chat shaking in her chair.
I hope so.
Akita, truck like Bubba Sparks.
Yes. Yes. I heard of Bubba Sparks in a long time. Well, I appreciate all of you guys' feedback. I don't want to belabor this, situation, but I did just want to bring it to you guys and see what your thoughts were, So I'm going to go back after this and just read through the comments, good, bad, or indifferent. We don't all agree, but just see where we land. I am gonna sit on it, pray on it this weekend as well before I make a decision. I think it's a great idea to make a video about it, and then I'll keep you updated.
What?
Nicole, they got your nerves bad. They do.
Oh, Lordy. All right, next topic.
I'm supposed to send the link to this. I can't give them all my ammo.
They get all the feedback, all everybody's opinion.
But you guys, what's going on with you guys? I feel like y'all have helped me. Y'all got me a lot of talking points. What's going on with y'all? I know a topic that always my YouTube channel is Akita Man, my name. Thank you for your prayers. I do appreciate that.
Thank you, Nicole. Yes, everybody hit the like button.
Hit that like button.
I don't know this restaurant. Hey, what's this restaurant? Los Primos?
I hope I'm not.
Yes, I have a favorite setting spray. Yes.
Tell them about
the one size matte one. Very good. Very, very, very good. That's the only one I use now. Thoughts on the Met Gala? I'm actually tired of seeing the coverage. I've been getting over stuff quick.
You, even in your real life,
I know.
You're like, oh my God, I got this great opportunity. I'm like, oh my gosh. And I can be on it for 2 weeks. You're like, we're done with that. Moving on. Well, we didn't celebrate that for more than 2 hours.
I'm sure I need to talk through that. It's probably something in my childhood.
I think so. I think something in there.
How do I feel about quiet luxury? I'm tired of hearing about that too.
Explain.
Quiet luxury is just all about understated things that are not loud. I think it's anti-Black in general. Whatever the opposite of what like Black people naturally like is always the new hot thing. That's how I feel about it. I'm a Sagittarius. Ajay is doing your job. She's resetting the room. Welcome to the Good Girlfriends chat. Please like the video.
I love this.
Get on this, girl.
We've been having done it a long time. It's been like I'm gonna say like Eric May says, you better focus. All right. Welcome to the Good Girlfriends chat. I'm so glad that you guys are here. My name is Akita. This is Janae. Hi, Low Lux. We do these Good Girlfriends chat where it started during the pandemic, where we again live right around the corner from each other. Been friends for years. Okay, I'm not a freeloader. I'm not trying to come up off her. Trying to address all the haters.
Who said that?
That girl. Yeah, plenty of people. Your tribe is talking ugly to me.
No, they don't.
No, they really don't. But someone did say that though. And again, we started this just because during the pandemic we had nowhere else to go, nothing to do.
Akita, you better get on your Zoom.
You better get on your Zoom. Every day you gotta get on your Zoom. So we have it on her channel, we have it on my channel, and we're just girlfriends, just chatting, like our open conversation that we typically have
every day.
The camera on every day. Oh my god.
Somebody said, Janae, what are you not tired of?
So are you looking to give up influence since getting back into corporate? I'm not. I think what I really would love to happen is to have a good balance and a good marriage and blend of the two. I do know other people that do it successfully. In my last role, I was not able to do it successfully. It just was very, very demanding. I did not have the capacity. So I do want to find, hopefully, a blend.
A happy medium where you can do both. You enjoy both.
See, Audrey said it. Someone said that. She's going to fight them in the comments. Oh damn. It was like, I'm trying to come up off. This is my real friend in real life.
I didn't see that.
I saw it. No, I just saw it.
And these comments?
No, not today. It was let me think what happened. It may have been on a post. It had to have been on like Good Girlfriends, either on one of our videos or like a community post, something of that nature. Did y'all go to something in the water? I did not. I was in Atlanta interviewing for that position. And you were in New York.
I went to New York.
Yeah. So we missed it.
Maya went. She said it was fun.
Yeah.
What are the benefits of having a Platinum American Express? It's really just for travel. You get 5 times the points on hotels and travel and flights. So then obviously you can use those points for more travel. And then I'm pretty sure you get free Clear. So me and Josh both have Clear, which I feel like is so hit or miss. And you also get a discount on global entry. And you get like monthly Uber credits. And it's all based around travel mainly, but there's a lot of things because it's a big yearly, I think it's like $6.95 a year just to have the card. But then there's like little benefits every month that kind of like balance out what you pay.
I have the gold one.
And Josh just got the gold one because that's 4 times the points at restaurants and fine dining and something else.
And at hotels too, they'll upgrade you for having it. Like if you use it.
And that's what they do with the Platinum.
Oh,
so
okay.
But it has to be certain hotels. That's why I always book at the Conrad.
Gotcha.
Because then I can always book a basic room and then get upgraded to a really nice room. And then you get, that's the other benefit. You get like, we both get free breakfast and you get like $100 credit at the hotel. And then you get free upgrades and late checkout.
Always a plus. I know the gold has a, I think the annual fee
is 3 something or 2 something.
Like 1.
Oh, even better.
Yeah.
And if you have a American Express, the gold is free. If you have a Platinum, the gold is free.
Oh,
that's why they got the gold.
And then got the gold. Okay.
But then getting another, like putting him on the Platinum card, you have to pay for that. So instead of doing that, since we're always together, we just got the gold because we wanted to be able to get even more points.
Makes sense. Double dipping.
Yeah. We missed a lot. It was a community post.
See? And I hate that sometimes, and you've experienced it too. Like one bad comment, you hate to give that attention because there's so many other good, great,
that's just how it
comments.
Is. Negativity always
stands out,
overshadows everything else. It's so unfortunate, and it makes you. It just gets into your psyche.
Yeah, because also, I think it did. It made me just very hyper aware where I didn't even have to be. Like, and I say all the time,
that's what negativity does.
Yeah,
you literally just makes you second guess things. It's really terrible.
So even with the more exposure that you're getting too, like, do you feel like you are having an increased amount of negativity, like towards you or being shown? I know you mentioned it like on YouTube Shorts, just because it shows your stuff to more people. But do you feel like with your increasing?
Not really.
No,
but that's what I always tell people. Like, I don't strive for virality. Because that's what happens. Keep me slow and steady. Every now and then, it'll be a random person that just found me on Instagram and they'll say some slick shit. Block.
Yeah.
Or I'm also like, Instagram is, I feel like, my tightest community.
Yeah.
Where I literally would be like, you must be new here. We don't do that here.
We don't do.
So, like, let's pull it together if you want to stay. Like, this isn't the fucking Wild Wild West.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm going to give you a moment. But yeah.
Do a wraparound.
Yeah. And then I feel like YouTube is my next tightest. But then sometimes, just new people. But then I feel like on YouTube sometimes it's just like undercover secret. I hate you, watch you. Because I had a random comment, again, like those things that stick with you. She probably did live. It was like a random, I can't even remember the actual comment. Oh, it was on the What Should I Wear? Which, that's my baby. I love those videos. We pour a lot of effort into them. And she just commented, this was okay. What am I supposed to do with that?
Right.
Because in the video, I'm like, hey, leave, like, what you want me to change, do differently. If you want, whatever you want to see differently.
She's
in this video.
Like,
let me know. Do you want to see, more options, less options?
Right.
Was the mic good? Sound good? Like, let me know.
And she
said, this was okay. And I was like, well, I'm just doing my best. I said something like, thanks for watching, just doing my best or something. She's like, well, that's obvious. You already started rude.
Right.
I'm trying to just comment back to everybody.
Right.
And I don't have anything else to give you.
Right.
And she's like, well, that's obvious, but you asked for feedback. I said, exactly. I did ask for feedback. I'm not sure what to do with it was all right.
Right.
That doesn't really help me.
Yeah.
Like go in any direction.
Right.
There was nothing tangible. I literally said that. So, because again, with this video, I was so hopeful, that it was like the first one. Yeah. Like how people will receive it, but also like, what do you want to see specifically?
Right.
So I'm like, again, was there something specific you want to see? Like my whole point in making that comment is like, can you give me something tangible? What made it okay? What didn't you, what would you like to see more of? And we go back and forth. She still doesn't give me anything. She's like, well, you just asked. So I just thought it was okay. Again, still not getting. I'm just like, okay. Just really not helpful.
Right. I'm not asking for a rating.
But again, thanks for watching. She's like, and before, at this point, I'm not just going to block immediately because I'm not adverse to feedback. I'm not like, oh, you got something not, you're not praising me, like go away. No, it's not that. So I'm like, well, okay, that was not unhelpful, but thanks for watching the video.
Right.
And she's like, I like you. Let's keep it that way. You seemed like you wanted some smoke. Okay, bitch.
What? She's definitely new. Get her out of here.
I said,
oh my God.
I was trying to go back and forth in hopes that like
y'all could
had my best interest or like the best interest of this channel.
Right.
I want some smoke, bitch. I don't know you.
I don't want to smoke with nobody. Who was walking
I was
like,
smoking? Okay, let me just go ahead and I shouldn't have even wasted my breath.
Right.
But I was hopeful that like we would drill down to something. I was like, why you acting like we on the street and you want to fight me?
Right. Crystal said, that's so weird. Why would you watch them and then put a terrible comment? they would never say it to your face. Next caller.
Like, you seem like you want smoke. Because
Right.
you left an asinine comment that was completely unhelpful.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to, like,
actually get true direct feedback
to make this series good. She's like, I like you. Let's keep it that way.
I mean, but if you choose not to like me, that's okay too.
I'm sorry,
even know who you are.
Did I make it seem like I gave a fuck? I'm sorry if I did. Let's clear that up really quick.
Now, do you feel that
it sounded like a teenager? And it wasn't. It was a grown, very grown woman.
Gosh.
Where I was like, I sound like I wanted smoke.
That's so scary.
Your whole thought process right now
is not what I'm
away
about.
from me. Away from me. And I'm just like, what? Usually I try to, if it's like random negativity, I'm just like, you're having a bad day. I can literally, but I was just like, where are we going with this?
But you know what I can say? This is why I always praise my tribe. My numbers pretty much stay with it. They don't influx one way or the other, down or up, but I feel like my tribe is here. But if someone says something negative, they come at them. Like, I don't have to do a whole lot of.
IJ said, "How did I miss this knuckle sandwich?" It was literally so quick because I was like, it was when I had just posted the video, so I was like really in the comments.
Yeah.
And so that was, as soon as it came through, I was just like, "What the fuck?"
Right. But
it was literally like a 10-minute like interaction where I was just like, "Let me just get this out of here."
Right.
Next caller. It was wild though. It's not the vibe at all. I was just like, again, we don't do that here. Tag me when you get those comments. Hi, honey, that's Brown Girl Chi.
Oh, and that's what I'm saying. Your tribe will, I've let some comments, like,
and sometimes I've let them some,
right?
When it's just like, or I'll share them. If it's like, to me, sometimes negative comments are almost comical. Where this was just like, sometimes I be with, and I start calling people by their whole names. If your name is in your email, your little, I be like, Melanie, right? Pull it together.
Yeah,
you were grown enough. Looking at your picture, it looks like you were old enough to know, just like me. Yeah, this is impolite. What's going on?
And then she sees you.
You having a bad day?
She'll be like, "Oh my gosh, hi, little bugs."
Yeah, it is hard to let those comments slide. She knows the house rules. She know now.
Yeah.
Like, she said, "I like you. Let's keep it that way." Who?
I mean, if you choose not to like me,
like,
I'm cool with that also.
But it was just so like high school.
Yeah.
Like, I like you. Like, I already let you in the clique.
Yeah.
Like, don't try it, bitch. That's how it was.
Cringe.
So cringe.
Now, have you felt any have you seen,
people need
you don't have to call any names if this applies, but have you seen a shift in with your peer group and not necessarily your friends, but just like your peer group, other influencers or creators that have
is the comment still up? No,
treated you?
I'm listening. Treated me what?
Poorly.
No. I'm actually always so surprised by how
embraced,
and like excited people are to see me and meet me.
It's good. You deserve that, seriously.
But it's always surprising.
Really?
Where I'm like, hey, they're like, oh my god, like, girl, who the fuck am I?
But I also too, like, when people say that to me, they're like, "You're friends with Janae?" Like, it's just Janae, like. And I too, because that's why I also put it back out there, like, in real life, we are friends. This is you've been doing this for years. I just started. That's all. I don't have to defend this.
You do not.
Anybody got any relationship questions?
Oh Lordy.
Or friendship questions? I feel like they always have like friendship questions. And I like that because we're friends. So I do feel as well, there's still space that people are navigating. And it's so many plot twists to friendships.
Am I still thinking about going blonde? No. I actually had somebody make me a wig for Fashion Week, like a blonde short wig, but it just didn't work out. And I don't even really think like I'm ever thinking like, oh, I'm so authentic.
Now I want nachos so bad, girl.
I'm so sorry. It's so good.
And I'm trying not like to chew quietly, but it's turned into a
mukbang.
Woo. Let me go up a little bit more.
It's sad that you're so basic that Mean Girl is your only personality trait. I'll use that next time.
Oh,
I hope you get more interesting one day.
Oh, write that down.
Happy birthday, Tanisha.
Happy birthday, Tanisha. I scared you
a little bit.
Oh, sorry. It's because this Josh juice is starting to kick in.
Oh Lord. How do I feel after the Coach Heart bag when Byron sold out? That's what I do. Yeah. I honestly don't really I don't pay attention to sales like that. So it didn't really change much in my world. I think I did a Coach campaign, or maybe they sent me something. Not enough happened. Not me on the treadmill while y'all mess up some nachos. Good for you. Balance.
He said, not the Josh juice. This is the Josh juice.
Yeah, that's what we did. We grub hugged some. Do I have my eye on anything from the Mugler H&M line? There's a black dress that has like some structure to it, and then there's a leather green coat. But also, I'm livid at the fact that I wanted stuff from Mugler for like probably all last year. And I was just like, I don't need it. I'm gonna hold off. And then I went to Atlanta for Dana's birthday and found this really cool concept store, and they had a bunch of Mugler. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna splurge. I bought a black blazer that looks exactly like the H&M one.
Ooh.
For $2,000. The H&M is selling for $300.
Ooh.
When I tell you they look the fucking same.
Wow.
It's just a black structured blazer with the mesh panels. It's the exact same thing. And I bought the same fucking jeans that H&M was gonna sell. They're just baggy jeans with a little black stripe.
I love H&M jeans.
I'm disgusted. I mean, I'm happy for everyone else.
Yeah.
But literally, I waited all year. If I just waited 2 months. Disgusted.
So 2 things here that I see. We're going to circle back on weight loss. And then there was something else.
Hold on. Let's go back up.
It was before that.
Nope. I don't know. We missed a lot. What are we drinking? We're drinking a Daly's frozen drink with margarita mix with vodka. Are you considering doing events outside of the DMV area? Not really. I just don't have the capacity to put things together, like plan events. But I'm happy to come. So, like, I think I'm gonna be on a panel this summer. I'll keep you posted. How do you deal with being a full-time creator and deal with your marriage? Really interested in knowing. Hopefully it isn't too much of a personal question. I don't have anything profound to share.
I do.
I always tell people, like, me and Josh's working relationship works because of who he is. Like, he's just such a patient, kind, supportive person. I'm the one that gets irritated and frustrated, and he's just like, let's just take a break. Let's just. I'm just like, because I get so anxious and stressed. Like, when I'm in work mode, I put like so much pressure on myself. I'm like, we're going to shoot something. This has to be the best picture I've taken in my entire life. And then if it starts out bad, I'm like, oh, it's not going to be the best picture I've taken in my entire life. The light's wrong. It's too bright. This outfit's ugly. I look fat.
You know, when we partnered on that,
he's like, let's just try it this way. And I'm like, okay. He's like, you look great. Let's just.
When we partnered on that alcohol brand that you did,
Grand Marnier.
Yeah, when we partnered with that, that's what I expected you to be like. because I haven't seen you in work mode. Like, I mean, I've been here.
Yeah, but that was easier.
Yeah.
Video is a little easier.
I was expecting you to.
And because we're in the house, that's also, I mean, that can be hit or miss. But it's just like when you're out in the elements and you just have less control. That's what it is. Like that Grand Marnier thing, I planned it out. I wrote a script. I knew where we were shooting. Everything was prepped and ready. So that keeps me like, which is why I'm so planful. Yeah. Because that like calms me down. Where I can just be like, okay, the first shot, we're going to be over here. So then when you came in, I'm just like, oh, you just do this. And I'm going to do that because I've already spent 20 hours thinking about it.
Well, I was going to say it was a pleasant working experience. But that also leads me to say, is what I was going to bring up, is because I have adopted that when working with Rashad. Because
being planful?
Yes.
Yeah.
We would be screaming at each other. You know, Rashad is patient and he wants to make me happy, but he's also going to push back on me. Like once enough of this huffing and puffing, he's ready to, come at my neck, so he ain't no simp about it. Not saying Josh is, but I'm just saying we'd be downtown yelling at each other. We would be so frustrated at each other. But then, to your point, I did more or less now start planning things out. I give him the concepts in the beginning. I make sure that he's fed. These things are important to have good. I gotta feed him don't just, because we would be like, because I wouldn't eat. I'm like, oh no, I gotta I don't need to eat. Yeah, I'll eat afterwards.
Yeah, I don't want to be bloated.
Right. But he needs.
There's certain things you like learn that need to happen.
Mm-hmm. And that was the best thing. We had a shoot 2 weeks ago, and it was flawless.
Let's quickly touch on the weight loss because this keeps coming up, and there's again nothing profound that I have to share. I think if you have joined me in the last year or two, you seem like it seems like there's been a dramatic weight loss, but I always tell people this is just my normal size of my body. So in 2017, 2018, this is the size I was. And obviously I gained weight like most people did in COVID because I wasn't doing shit but eating and trying to walk around the block, but that wasn't enough. The gyms was closed. Everything was closed. I just watched TV and ate. So I mean, I gained like 15 or 20 pounds. I also wasn't in a rush. Like, it didn't bother me. I, still dressed cute and felt cute. But once I started traveling again, it just a natural progression. The only thing I changed or was thoughtful about was I saw a TikTok that said, however you lose weight, you need to be okay with doing it for the rest of your life. And that was like a good eye opener because I was like, at the time, I would like to just get back to my normal size. Yeah. That's just what I would prefer. That's just how I feel comfortable.
Right.
And I was like, and I don't want to be on a diet for the rest of my life.
Right.
I don't want to run 5 miles for the rest of my life. I can do that and quickly lose weight, but I don't want to do that for the rest of my life.
Right.
So like, you know what? I'm just going to take my time to lose these few pounds. We got a treadmill. I don't like going to the gym. I don't want to go. That's just another deterrent.
Yeah.
I got to get up. I got to get dressed. I got to find an outfit. I got to drive all the way there.
It's exhausting even when you're there. You got to clean up everything.
Exactly.
Get on.
I was like, what? I'm just going to buy a treadmill. We put it downstairs in one of the guest bedrooms. And then I have to trick myself. I said, you know what? I'm only going to let myself watch Emily in Paris when I'm on the treadmill.
What's that? It's a show?
It's a show on Netflix.
Oh.
I enjoy it. It's a little stupid show. Little chuckles. But if I want to know what happened, gotta get your ass on the treadmill. I don't run. I just walk. I just leisurely walk, and I walk a mile.
Yeah,
that's it. Just moving my body. We started doing HelloFresh. We still do that. And then I started Pilates. Well, I did Pilates during COVID. Melissa Wood Health. I always talk about that. You do it online. It's $9 a month, and it's very low impact. That's why I always tell people I don't mess up my hair because I don't sweat in any of these activities. It's just doing things and just being active and moving my body. But I don't do anything intense. I'm not like, I'm not doing anything. I'm not running. I just do, that's how her little workouts keep me toned. I do her standing series I really like, and then her arms and abs. And I just walk on the treadmill. That's it. And now my body has kind of stabilized. So, I mean, even now I haven't worked out since probably before Fashion Week, done anything. I eat out most days, but I eat less. So I just don't overeat anymore. So that's the weight. That's it.
Or not even weight loss. You just went back to your weight.
Yeah. But this is kind of I've always been like a 4 or a 6. And then during COVID, I was an 8.
I would have to say I agree. And I think
Like, so this is like my smallest technically,
Yeah.
I'm a 4.
Yeah.
And then but I always, so, you know, if I just do nothing and, you know, eat more Uber Eats, then I'll be a 6.
Yeah.
And then I'll eat a little less and I'll be a 4.
But I think even more so your weight, you also didn't look bigger when you had more weight on. So I think maybe that's why it looks more, I don't even say drastic. I would just say and also you cut your hair. Like, so 2 different things took place. You went back to your normal weight and you cut your hair. So we can even see your face and things, but I don't thank you for addressing that.
No problem. Hope that helps. I would just say find an activity. That's what we try to do now. We got bikes, so sometimes if I don't want to walk on the treadmill, we'll ride our bikes. We have tennis rackets. I just try to move my body and just not overeat. That's the main thing. But again, I feel like I did that all last year. And then like towards the end of the year, people were like, you look like you lost weight. I'm like, yeah, I've been doing this shit all year. I'm glad we're finally. Janae, I know another Amazon drop is not on the table, but it would be nice to have another. Akita, you better vouch for me. There is not going to be another Amazon drop, but there'll be something else that'll be even better. So don't you fret, my friends.
Sunshine, it's going to be good. It's going to be good.
It's going to be good. It's going to be even better.
Yeah. It's 1:45 in South Africa.
Whoa. Holy moly.
Wow.
Melissa with health. Yes. Thank you, Giggles. And again, she has all types of things for you to do, but I love her standing series. It's literally you just standing and you like hold onto a chair and you do little leg movements. Like the first time you do it, you're gonna be like, what the fuck is this? And then the next day you're not gonna be able to sit on the toilet. Like it's so like low intensity, but like works your muscles. Yeah. I really enjoy it.
There was a few relationship questions and I missed it.
It's okay. We'll scroll back up.
Yeah.
We have a gym at home, but I always walk past it and go to the garage. Yeah, move your body, eat smaller portions. It's literally all. Like I literally would eat the same thing like this, but like I'm done now, right? But I'll still eat McDonald's. I'll still eat Taco Bell. But before I would order like a quesadilla and nachos, and I would eat both, like all of it. And now I'll eat like 2 pieces of the quesadilla and half the nachos, and then a little frozen drink, but you know, just a little less. Let me go to the restroom. Weight and kid questions. How did it feel doing a campaign with Target? I've done a couple. It feels great.
But I think more or less and we'll cross this line further down the line. But I think it's more or less because you came from Target. Like that's where you were last, and then you're doing this. So did it feel kind of like a
no
gotcha suckers?
No, because it's totally different teams, and I know how Target works.
Yeah.
So it's not like I'm in front of it's not like I'm in front of people that wronged me or people that would even know me.
Yeah. Okay.
The marketing team at her, like I never did anything at headquarters. So it's just like I'm just another influencer. There's no like, oh, let's pick her because those people don't fucking know me.
Gotcha. I thought I saw a couple of relationship questions, but maybe I missed it. A little bit more.
Resetting the room. Your husband wants you to get it together in the best way, Akita. Kitty said he was gonna get a knuckle sandwich.
I said that in my stories. I brought up a knuckle sandwich, and like people were like, "Oh, I hadn't heard that in so long."
There's a friendship one.
Yeah. Okay. So Shanika says, "How do you recover from friendship hurt? I basically lost my best friend during a very stressful time in my life, and she pretty much ghosted me after not being able to make her birthday trip." Wow. I have had something similar happen to me.
Me too.
And it's so crazy how it takes these events to bring these things to light. But I had one friend who completely stopped talking to me over her baby shower. And I was a part of planning this baby shower for her. And me and her husband was not on board. He wasn't on board with the money we needed. He wasn't on board with everything was geared off of what she wanted. But again, she didn't want him involved, but he also just had a lot of pushback to it. So eventually I said, well, how about this? How about we do two? One for how you want for your friends and colleagues, and then one for his family, who he was older. So his family also was older. So, it's like, well, how about we do one for, a more intimate one for your family? I know. But, I was trying to find a happy medium, trying to problem solve here. And so we were really close. Like my husband and his husband, we were conjoined as friends. And so when it got time to plan her, I went out of town. We were also out of touch for a couple of days because I was traveling and she was here. So then I follow back up with her husband. I'm like, hey, where are we at? What's going on? Or, is there anything else that you need from me? Radio silence. I couldn't get anybody on the phone. No one was texting me. No one was calling me. Nothing. I could not get anyone to answer. So then finally I even reached out to their friend. I'm like, hey, and at this point we're at the end of it. Like the shower is in like another week or two. So there's nothing else left to do.
The shower you planned.
The shower I planned. Yes. It was like a week or two left. So there was really nothing else left to do. It was just doing a touch base at this point. So then I finally get to her friend and she's like, you just kind of left us. And I'm like, left you? Everything's done. And so I was like, actually, you aren't the person I should be talking to. I really need to talk to said friend and her husband. So then I still to this day have not even talked to said friend, but Rashad got in touch with the husband because again, we're all like, what's going on? We're better than this. Why isn't anyone talking? If Akita did something wrong, let her know at least instead of just ghosting her. Like she doesn't know what she doesn't know. If she did something wrong, just tell us. And so they were like, we know if somebody's trying to mess us over. And I mean, that's not what he said, but I've been done wrong before in my life. And I don't need nobody trying to interfere with that. We're like, what happened here? And I tell you, my husband will say this story. This is exactly how it happened. And again, they just stopped talking to me. To this day, I still have not heard from her. Was not able to offer any correction to this. It was just nuts. And it was very hurtful because it was so sudden and abrupt. We went from talking every day, blah, 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 playing the shower, da, 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 and then it just ended. It just ended. And so it was very, very hurtful. And I always think about to this day, like if she comes back around, how would that work? But now it's been like a couple of years. I don't think I could go back. Now, if it was something that in real time, emotionally, maybe like we yelled at each other, or I had a friend where we kind of like got into it about something that we could resolve, I think that's grounds for kind of maybe coming back and resolving some things. But
that's devastating.
I know, it was just so sad. It felt like a death. Like it really felt like
I always
grieving.
Considered friendship breakups worse than like relationship breakups.
I agree. They are very hurtful. I think that we try and downplay, like, man, forget her. But no, that's the hurts. It hurts.
Yeah. What did they want advice? Tips on friendship breakup?
Oh, so I think she said, would you go back to a friend after you were hurt?
I feel like I've somewhat tried and it's just like not the same. Especially when I feel like the friendship breakup that impacted me the most was somebody I was friends with my whole life. And when things came to a head, it was kind of like she was like trying to ghost me, and I was kind of like hounding her, like, "Hey, what's going on?" And it was kind of like she like was at the end of her rope with being my friend, based on like all the things that bothered her that she just kept to herself for her whole life.
Right.
Where I'm just like, what?
Right.
Like she's like, you always do this and that, and I'm just like, we've never had an argument.
Right.
So like, I don't even.
You didn't give me a chance to even stop doing said thing if I could.
Yeah. So at that time, this was like when I first started working at Target, but literally we've been friends our whole life. But it was like, you always do this and this. And like, it was so many things where it's like, you've had problems before, but you just never talked about it. So I feel like that's hurtful. And then I can't be a different person. That's how it felt.
Yeah.
Like, how do we even move forward? It was kind of like she didn't want to, but also I didn't even know how to.
Yeah.
Because
she gave you a laundry list
of like, these are all the times you made me feel a type of way. And I'm like, I was just being myself though. And I feel like as I've gotten older, I reflect on this friendship all the time because I love self-accountability and just like learning about myself and the more I'll see certain TikToks where people talk about like families and parents, and it makes me like connected to that situation. And I feel like there was a lot of like underlying issues with how she grew up and her, like there were things that just tainted our relationship that had nothing to do with me.
Yeah.
But had a lot to do with how she perceived me and how I made her feel.
Mm-hmm. And I always say this too, like, if it wasn't for therapy, even the last couple of years going to therapy, I feel like I have a better understanding of myself. But also too understanding that not everyone knows how to truly communicate. Like it's almost like I got better at communicating, but also I'm also hyper aware how ineffective people are at communicating. So, you know, it's
because someone like telling me like I haven't been a good friend, like those type of things, I couldn't even hear her because I'm just like, in every relationship I've been in, my friends always come first. Like, especially growing up. Like, obviously not now in my marriage. Yeah. But like with boyfriends, fuck that man. You want to go out? You need me to come over? You want to talk? You want to hang out? You want to go? Yeah. I got to go. Yeah, it's girls' night. She just called. So I was just like, I've never been the friend where it's like, oh, you spend too much time with your boyfriend. It's forget us.
That's not you.
I go out every weekend. You want to hang out? It's Tuesday.
Right.
Let's go. This man, I just met.
Has been. I'll see him when I get back.
I try to fit you in. So I was just like, these issues you're having are above me. It's really not about me. Yeah. And then again, the more I learned and just matured, I was like, I could see certain situations and just dynamics of how she grew up. I don't want to tell all our business. Right. But just how she grew up and her family dynamic and certain scenarios that happened when I would come around that just gave her a negative connotation towards me. Yeah. That was outside of me. Yeah. And how I grew up and my family dynamic, where it's just like, you know, just gives people makes you feel away. Yeah. But it had nothing to do with what I was doing.
And I think that's the good thing that I was sharing is that even becoming hyper aware of how people communicate or their ineffective or their inability to communicate effectively, but you also too become aware of other outside forces. You know, we all have our life experiences that shape us to be who we are. So I feel like I'm much more cognizant, especially if you share something of your past. I'll kind of have more relatability to be like, I can see your perspective based off of what life has presented you, you know, which shapes our thought process.
And I think like if we had a conversation now, she could see like, oh, based on how I grew up with my mom and how you grew up with your mom, this is why this made me feel a certain way. Yes. Which had nothing to do with me. Right. Because that's how I feel now. I'm like, oh, I could see how that would like be triggering.
But to go back to answer her question, would you go back to someone who's wronged you? And of course, it depends on what happened. It really does depend. I am always one that I want Sorry. I am also one that I want resolution. Like I'm you. I'm like, I haven't heard from you. What's happening? Why aren't you calling me? What's going on? Are you dead? Are you alive? Are you in jail? Where are we? So I do always want resolution because again, I think someone shared they had lost their best friend. And I feel like too, I come from a place where I lost a parent so young in life that's at the forefront of, not at the forefront, but I do think of, what if I lose this person? Like sometimes I even look at Chloe and I'm like, oh my gosh, you're gonna die one day. Like she's a dog. So I feel like that the way I treat people who are in my life, I'm like, but you can die one day. Like I don't want us to be fighting over something silly or, you know, something that we can move on from. But if you wrong me now, like that job did, who knows?
We got a good story up here.
Okay, let's see.
I invited a group of who I thought were my good friends on my 50th birthday trip to Tulum, and one of said friends locked herself in a room the whole time filming content for her OnlyFans page.
What in the world?
Yikes. That's
odd. I don't even know how you would even
watch your videos all the time. You queens with people. Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm so glad you're here.
She locked herself in a room doing her OnlyFans. That girl said, I'm here for business.
Like, girl, you can't clock out.
This is out here for the content. Everything is content. Therapy has been amazing. Yeah. Someone said she was trying to make her money back from the drag race.
not even enjoying the trip. You can do that at home. Content is king.
Oh my gosh. Takia said a lot of times it just takes growth. I had a breakup with a friend. Well, we broke up a few times. It happens, girl. We be breaking up, getting back together. I mean, not us, but it happens because we both Pisces. We were both strong-minded. We were very young, and there's growth. And I always say this, like, relationships ebb and flow. And I think because if you embrace that ebb and flowness versus thinking that everything is like this, because we have life that interferes, we have different changes, our different priorities, and even as you and I even get older, our parents are getting older, so our priorities may shift based off of how we care for our parents and things.
And I feel like especially when you're young and you have friendship breakups, you haven't come to terms, you don't understand that that's how life works. I feel like I've had so many people in my life that were there for a season, and it was just an amazing time. And it was, I always I have great memories, and there was no breakup. Right. It was just like, you moved, or I left that job where we both worked at and talked every day. And you just move on. But I have fond memories. If I see you, or, I'm in St. Louis, I'm like, oh my God, we need to hang out. But we're not, I wouldn't call us friends anymore. But in that part of life, we were like this. Right. But sometimes that friendship I was talking about, it was like, that's what should have happened, where we should have just said, we've graduated college now, we're going into adulthood, we just don't have a lot in common anymore. This friendship has probably run its course. But that just didn't happen. Because I've had so many instances where I'm like, that is my fucking dog. Every weekend we together. And then it's just like that part of that phase in life is over. And now I'm doing this other thing, and they're doing this other thing. Now they had a baby, or I started a new job, and that's okay.
But I always have to go back to this though, and this is why I say I like to close the loop. It doesn't always happen this way, but I also even more recently had a friend completely stop talking to me, and I don't know what is going on. And I always take into account that people do have other lives, and I'm talking about people who I talk to every day. Like, we're talking consistently. I am active in your life. My entire family, they know you, and then go radio silent, and then come back later. It does just put back it's hard for me to invest. I'm like, okay, well, we can move forward, but you have to put in the work. Like, I can't just pour all in if I don't also see the same exercises taking place on your part. So
yes, Audrey, that's so true. We didn't at that age, we didn't have the tools to communicate effectively.
That's so true. We have to be mindful of that. I think,
where you're just both like almost like we're both offended. Right? Like, I was offended that we've been friends this long, and like, you're at the point where not only do you have a problem with me, but you're so fed up with the problem that you don't even want to be my friend anymore. Like, but you never uttered a word. So I'm just offended. I don't even have the words to have a conversation.
And even at that point,
you don't have the words because you ain't never had the words.
And even to delivery is everything as well. So like, maybe even some of the delivery was off in there.
I love these conversations.
Me too. And I even had one friend who shared that she wanted
I need some chopstick.
No problem. Felt that she needed more time from me. And that doesn't happen all the time, huh? But I embraced the conversation. I was very glad that she did, and I praised her for sharing that with me, because what I would have also hated was for her to not communicate it to me, and then I also and that depends if I could give it to her, if I couldn't give it to her, but at least she shared it with me, and I was able to say in real time, like, thank you for sharing that with me. I can do this, or I can't do that, but I love you nonetheless. And then we move forward, and we have gotten through that period of her life where she needed me as a friend. And sometimes we don't know what one may or may not need, and so I think even to those who are friends with me may not know, because I am this way all the time. If I change, you may not even know how to help me because you've only seen me this way. So I think I was glad that she shared, like, hey, Akita, I need more from you right now just because of where I'm at in life. And I was able to give that to her. But even if I couldn't, at least she told me so I could relay that to her. I can't do this.
So true, Tracy.
What
everything is a two-way street. Forgiveness does not always mean reconciliation.
Yep. Agreed.
I just read a good one too. Have either of you lost a friend and it was your fault? If so, what did you learn? I mean, I look back and I feel like the friendship I talked about, like I try to take some accountability because I just feel like I always tell people, I feel like if you're not comfortable in who you are, it's hard to be my friend. Mm-hmm. And not based on anything that I do, mm-hmm. but I just think I have all of my good close friends that have been my long-term friends mm-hmm. are just their own person. Mm-hmm. Like a very uniquely them type of person. Like Evan is Evan. Yeah. Regina is Regina. It doesn't like, it's not, Akita is Akita. Right? Like, but it's never like, oh, they kind of do this alike. Or they like, they are uniquely very confident in who they are or who they want to be. Yeah. So I feel like being very observant, I feel like maybe I dropped the ball. Like I try to take a lot of ownership in like things I didn't see or ways I could have done things differently. Now, obviously communication would have helped. Mm-hmm. But sometimes when you're, I don't want to say confident in who you are, because I was always confident. But I think my mom instilled that in me. Right. So sometimes I was like oblivious to how other people internalize things. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. And that like everyone is not growing up with that same amount of support. Mm-hmm. So looking back, that's what I like really think about, like certain times where it's like I could have been, that was a issue mm-hmm. that would have bothered me if that happened to me and I saw it happen to them. Yeah. And everyone doesn't have the same support. Yeah. And what could I have done differently? Yeah. I feel like, girl, don't worry about that. Or, just building people up more. Yeah. I do feel that in this latter part of life, I am much more vocal, and as my friends are with me, about expressing things I like or don't like. I think that I've come very much comfortable because, again, I always say the friends that I have, I love them like sisters. So if we have to fight like sisters, if we have to whatever, we're not going anywhere. We love each other. We're locked. Once we're locked in, ain't no switching up. So once we're here, we're here. So that also means like if you have to give me feedback, you give me feedback. If I have to give you feedback, we're giving me feedback. It doesn't mean we're falling out, Yeah. I don't think my light was too bright because I feel like that's like an Akita thing. Like what I don't have the same. Somebody saying, do I think my light was too bright? I don't think that's what I'm talking about when I refer to my friends. I think it's just I'm confident, but like I don't light up every room I go into. Akita does that. Like I gotta fill it out. So it's not like it's hard to be like if somebody's not confident around you, I feel like it might be hard to like be in your shadow. Mm-hmm. I don't feel like people feel that way about me because it's not like I'm coming in like I'm like super interesting. Yeah. I'm just kind of like, but I just wish I would have been more aware. Mm-hmm. And how do you support your friends? I was very in the only child mindset. Mm-hmm. Not that I wasn't a good friend, but I just wasn't aware of other people's. I can see that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was just, and looking back, I just remember things where I'm like, damn, that was kind of fucked up. And again, this is like personal family stuff. Mm-hmm. But growing up the way I did, where it was just me and my mom, but again, my mom was, baby, I could do everything, anything. Yeah. You want to be president? You want to be a cheerleader, soccer star? You can do anything. You're probably the best. Right. You're going to be the best. So you just move differently. Yeah. But you hit on something that you said as far as like your friends being their own individual selves because you are who you are, and even as an only child. But it is not, and I'm not saying this in a bad way, which we've shared. But you have an only child-esque thing about you that I think that's why your close friends have to have their own be self-assured. Yeah. Because there are things that you can do, which I have only friends, so that's why I get those kind of quirks. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be canceled. But but I said it to say, you know people who are the moms of groups. Yes. The people who are only child, the people who are, people have their different things. Yeah. But if I wasn't as who I am,
I can see potential that there could be things that you would do, or only other child friends. I have other ones that if I wasn't as secure myself, I'd be like, she's really this or that. Because again, and vice versa, because you are only child, there may be things I do and you're like, that's too sisterly, you know. I don't know, but I feel like you have to understand the characters of people, and I think that I am very aware of characters of people. Like, I let everybody be their character, and I feel like we all played certain portions of these characteristics. Like I said, you're not all the way an only child. Like, there are some that are very far left and you can't reach them. You have some of those, but that goes back to what you said. Your friends need to be very confident in themselves.
Only children sometimes walk around without a care in the world. And I don't know. I don't think that's the case.
Care in the world. No, you can't.
I don't know what the thing is. Like, I don't know. I don't have anything to compare it to because it's all I know. And I also don't. I don't know.
Here's one example. Here's one example. I'll
give
share.
Me something. Give me a takeaway.
I'll give you a takeaway because this was the first time.
Come on, TA. This is something for us. She said, "I'm an only child."
This is the first time that it
dawned on you.
It dawned on me. So, and again, I'm not taking this as a bad one, but this was the first time it happened. So, Rashad and I was going to take a trip, and I was like, "Oh, can you take us to the airport?" And you were like, "No, I have to work." I'm like, "Take us to the airport. You're my friend. Family doesn't leave family out. Take me to the. What are you? I mean, you work for yourself. Schedule it later. Take me to the airport."
Like, I would rather pay for you an Uber to go to the airport.
And me, so again, goes back
to you used to be like, you want me to take you. I'm like, no.
And opposite, right. So if her and Josh are going out of town, I'm like, oh, you need me to take you to the airport? Because that's like the big sister of me who always likes to make sure.
That is so true. And I just didn't grow up like that.
It was like, it went right.
But that's also so like being with my mom. Like, we didn't depend on other people.
Yeah.
Like, you just have to figure shit out and get it done.
Yeah. And I'm just, and even when you move here, I think it was really your move here because there was so many times I'm like, oh, you need such, and you're like, I'm like, you need help. What do you, let me help you, you know?
That's a great
But
point.
that was the first time I was like, she said no. Like, why would she?
That's such a good point.
But like I said, that was nothing that was a make or break. That wasn't even an argument. It was just like, you said it quickly. I mean, I got to work out a schedule. Change the schedule. Take us to the airport.
And I almost thought that was like funny.
Right.
Like, don't you want to see me and take me to the airport? I'm like, are you insane?
No, I was like, you should take us because that's what friends do. And vice versa. Like I said, I've asked you, like, you need, and you're like, no, we're catching Uber. I'm like, why would you do that when I can personally?
Because I would never want to inconvenience you. But that's how I think.
Right. But that's what I said.
Isn't this fascinating?
Right.
I love it. What an eye-opener. I can absolutely relate. I was the only child for 15 years. Yeah, I would just, even when like my friends come, I will typically pick them up and then get them an Uber to go to the airport. Every time Regina comes.
Yeah.
She's leaving, I got you a black car, baby. I got you a nice big old SUV out
and
there.
I'm making sure I pick you up safely.
I just woke up.
I am
going to the airport.
No. I'm going to make sure that you on my watch, you're getting to and from safely.
I only take my daughter to the airport. Yeah, I only take my mama to and from the airport.
Yeah.
That is such a good point.
Yeah. But I think that, like I said, that's a good example. But had I been someone who wasn't very self-aware.
Like, if I visit Regina, she would take me to it. Like, she would be like,
yeah.
You off out.
Yeah. But see, Regina has sisters.
She does.
So I think that's, like I said, some of those characteristics.
And like, just like a bigger family where it's just very like.
Right.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And it's almost like somebody said, like even having parents as an only child. Like, it's almost like my mom is the only girl. So it's kind of like being the only child or the big sister. She's not the big sister, but being the only girl is like, you're very self-sufficient.
Yeah.
You usually are in charge. So
we
there was no like, who's going to help us? Like, we're moving, bitch, we're packing up this whole apartment. Right. We're getting a U-Haul and we're moving.
Yeah.
There's no.
And see, if I was moving, it's a camaraderie of like, let me get my friends together. We're ordering pizzas. Everyone's moving together. But like I said, this really does just go back to being aware of different characteristic types of how people grow up. Yeah. But had I not been very aware that like, or being exposed to other only child, I would have been highly offended. Like, we're
like that would have to be a whole conversation because it would have been like,
right. See,
like, what is the problem here?
But because I was like,
you need a ride, I'll get you an Uber. I would never leave you stranded.
Yeah, but you need it. But yeah,
because I feel like we always say like, oh, I want to like be my best self with my friends. I really take that to heart. Yeah. So sometimes I'm like, I'm not in the mood. Mm-hmm. I'm call me moody. Yeah. But like, I'll be like, I can't do that right now. Yeah. I'm not in the mood. Yeah. So if I show up, if I do the thing, it's not going to be what you think it's going to be. Yeah.
Well, you told me that the other day too. And I was like, I called you back and I apologized because I had a headache. So let me tell you. So the other day, Janae calls me and I think you just got back from out of town. You were sharing some good stuff that was going on. And I was asking like, what's going on? And I was trying to get it up, but my head was pounding. I could not, the stuff she was saying, and I tried my best. At points, my eyes were watering. I was just like, I gotta go. I just can't. So I called you the next day. I was just like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry it wasn't my best. I didn't give you my best. Let's do this again. You're like, if I can't accept you at your best, I don't need you at all. So, you were very receptive. But to that same point, I want to give you my best. Why should I dump, just this poor version of me on you?
Somebody said maybe it's a Sagittarius thing too. It probably is like a terrible combination.
My sister's a Sagittarius.
Oh. And I don't Sagittarius and an only child thing.
Y'all are what a combo. But I don't think Sagittarius are bad people. My sister's great.
But I think those things are like compiled.
Oh, okay.
Like I feel like that's a very Sagittarius thing and an only child thing. So
gotcha.
Like, double the fun.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh Lord. Interesting. This is some great therapy here.
Yeah.
The no took you for an entire
I was like, Rashad, she said no. Why would
I promised you in that conversation, I thought you were joking. Like, but I thought you were like, as soon as you just say shit,
you always think I'm just joking all the time.
You're a jokester.
She thinks I have no serious bone in my body.
So it's kind of like, do I want to take you to the airport? Like, girl, hell no. Like, who wants to do that?
I was literally asking for true transportation so that I wouldn't have to leave my car at the airport. And when I tell you, Janae and I can walk to each other, we've done this. So that's how close we are. It's not even literally past each other. When she's out of town, I get her packages. That's how close we lived in proximity. So it was like, will you take me? She's like, I have to work. You got to plan this stuff in advance. It's like,
but it's also, no. It's also like you asked me like today, and I'm like,
the day before.
It was the day before. I'm sorry, is that planning? No,
it's just
that's just what family does.
Family just takes.
And I'm like, when did you book the flight? Why didn't you ask for a ride then? I could have wrote it down, maybe.
Now, do we need to revisit?
But I don't like the last minute favors.
Can you go get my package?
It's a yes or no. If you say no, they'll say yes. If you say no, it'll just sit there.
I think there's some hypocrisy in this. I always have to correct you on communication.
I'd rather drive because I don't want to depend on nobody. Yeah, we just drive every time and we just park at the airport.
And I think
Sag here, I'm not doing nothing without a 7 to 10 day notice.
Oh my gosh. Oh no.
It's not me.
No, I know. But you said it perfectly. If your friends aren't secure in themselves or don't know that could have been very offensive. But because I am secure or I know like you weren't being an asshole, I was like, well, Malik, can you take us to the airport? I just went off it wasn't something I sat on, but like I said, that was the first like moment I saw that. So I think that also too, that was when we were in real time. Mm-hmm. This is the closest we've been in proximity. So we had been around each other. And like I said, as I started thinking about your move, those were more, not that you did more things, but like I was trying to help more. And you were like, we'll just call someone to do it. I'm like, Rashad has a truck. He'll pick it up for you. What are you paying for a truck for? We got a whole truck,
And this is hilarious.
Yeah.
I only drive my sisters to the airport.
I'm making sure, but my family are my sisters.
I thought he was so selfish. Oh, that definitely helps me understand him better. I'm one of 3. So is my husband. It works. Mm. And see, Josh is very similar to me, but he's the youngest. He's his mother's favorite. It's very obvious. But like our moms are exactly the same. Like when they come here, they're like, "Do you want something? Can I get you? You want a drink? Do you need a pillow? Do you want me to do laundry?" They're just So I feel like we grew up the same. Yeah, like he can do no wrong. I can do no wrong.
Yeah, y'all are good pairs. Y'all are just a quiet little pair.
Just here we are. We just sit inside.
Y'all just move around very quietly, like little.
Every time she comes over, she's like, "It's so quiet here."
I'm telling you, y'all move around so quiet. Even when I came in, I peeked in. Josh is on his phone. I'm just by so quietly.
I just told a friend, no, we were out and her car wouldn't start up. We jumped her car and then she said we should drive to her house so she could drop off her car and get in mine at 10:30. That was a no. Oh, dang.
Wait, let me read that again. I just told a friend no. We were out and her car wouldn't start up. We jumped her car and she then said we should drive to her house so she could drop off her car and get in mine.
No, she could just drive to her house and then she could Uber wherever we're gonna meet.
I'm not leaving my friend.
No, her car started. She just wants to keep the fun going. Like she wants to just drop off this car that's not working and hop in with us so we can keep the night going. Oh. You're gonna have to meet us at the next place. Get on home. Meet us at the next place. No. Or maybe this person wanted to go home. Maybe the night's
maybe
over.
That was it. Maybe it was over. I'm like,
well, then why is she coming back out?
Well, the car then. I guess the friend said the car don't work. The car don't work. Let's keep it. I don't know.
Y'all are meant to be. What sign is Josh? He's a Cancer. I cracked myself up.
We've only been on here 2 hours. That went by fast, didn't it?
It always does. No, I would never leave my friend stranded because I'm a very safety person. Like I would think someone's gonna come and murder you. Yeah. So I'm not just gonna leave you.
Yeah. And I also too
but I don't want to be unproductive. Like let me just follow you to your house. Unless you're concerned about it breaking down.
That would be me. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna follow you. Mm-hmm. I mean, I know the car's running, but I need to make sure that you're in and that you're safe, and I can see you walk in the car. Like Josh in the house.
Is an angel. He has no zodiac sign. I would have to agree. My issue is feeling obligated to offer help, and I'm an only child.
I can see only children are that way too.
What, offering help?
No, feeling obligated, but really y'all
not
are
wanting to.
Y'all are like, I don't really want to do that.
And but we don't want to be dicks.
Yeah.
Janae, I'm trying to be on your child. I'm an only child, but girl, what happened?
You just be real. You just be. And like I said,
but here's the thing. It's just like what I guess it's what I expect from people.
That's not
my expectations are very low for people. Like what I would expect you to do. Like if you offer to do that, I'd be like, no, that's crazy. Then I'm good.
And that's crazy to not accept it. You would rather accept help from a stranger.
No, not even a stranger, because then it'd just be uncomfortable.
Who's driving you to the airport? The stranger or
oh yeah. I would rather pay for a service so that then put you take up your time when you can.
And I would rather show you I love and care for you.
But that's not how I show. Oh, maybe we should talk about
love languages. Maybe this goes into more even love languages because
I don't answer services not mine.
One time you brought something home. I can't remember what it was, and I remember saying, "Well, how did you get it there?" And you were like, "Oh, we bought a truck." I'm like, Rashad has a full-blown truck. Why would you go back and pick up your car?
She won't leave you stranded. She's calling an Uber.
Listen, this one, if you ain't on her calendar, then you better call another friend because she will.
Not true. What is your love language?
I feel like it's flex. It used to be, and I would firmly say it was
Akita, what's your sign?
Word Scorpio.
Scorpio.
My birthday's 11/11.
Tell us what that means, guys.
But I also feel like I'm not an average Scorpio, but it's my birthday's 11/11.
I love and care for people, but driving people around is not happening.
What does that mean?
I want to drive myself around.
If you come into my town, you typically what?
That's different. Obviously, I have to drive Chris around when he comes.
Who?
Chris.
Oh.
And Evan.
Yeah.
And Virginia. I mean,
so what do you mean it's a no? You have to.
But if we're somewhat, I don't know. I just want to drive to the airport. I guess that's it.
We live right next to each other.
I mean, I will now that I know it's right
it's not. I've already found ways. Okay, we just dug it out like we did before. You got
any further.
I should have. I wrote it down and I said, if you need to go to the airport, this is who you do not call.
That's not true though. If I knew it was like, again, if this was a game show and someone said, tell me about a time where Akita was joking, that would be the time.
But you always think that. Here's another thing. I think we should have in the last live. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so appreciative.
Maybe that's what it is. I'm also a passenger
and
princess.
I love you but you do take control.
Yeah.
As a friend. Like, I think out of the two of us, you are the man of the relationship.
Yes.
If you're, or I would say the man, you are the more dominant one of the two of us. Even though I can take control in this relationship, you are more dominant than I am. Mm-hmm. You treat me like a lady now. But, like I said, I would say it used to be words, it could I don't know if it is anymore.
Somebody said, could it be that I don't like to feel like I owe anyone anything?
Possibly. That could truly be it.
From just like growing up. I just feel like it's a combination of only child, but it's also a combination of growing up with a single parent. Where it's just like you do for yourself. You're not going to count on anybody. It's just.
Yeah. But my mom was a single parent after I turned 11. So I think that's why I can simulate with it. But I'm also not like that with everybody else. Like, I don't have those same expectations or even thought to ask for those that I don't. So once you're my friend, we're not just friends. We're blood sisters. We've shared blood, and now we're together. We're packed. And so like the asks are going to be different. She does. She treats me like a real nice lady.
Somebody said, why not just drive yourself or Uber to the airport? Different expectations. Like I always put how I think on people. Right. So for me, I am impatient. I don't want to even have to wait for you. So the best thing I can do for my sanity is know that my car is outside the airport and just hop right in. So in my mind, I'm like, I wouldn't want to do that. Why would, again,
my perspective,
if there was $1 million on the line, I'd be like, oh, that she was joking. No, she didn't want to take her to the airport.
No, that was a real ask. It was like, hey, can you take us to the airport? But I also think too, I was just like, if I'm going to be gone for a week, why accrue that cost?
No, you're absolutely
right. I could just be driven, drop the hell off, and my car can just stay at my house. And, it could just stay there. Now, would I expect you to also come back and pick me? I wouldn't have the same expectation, like, oh, come back and pick me up. I probably could have just taken Uber.
So what is your love language?
I don't know. Oh, I think it's changing. It used to be words, but I don't need words anymore.
Friends are sisters, but I hate driving people to the airport. Okay, let's pull up love languages.
Maybe it's acts of service.
Clearly.
Yeah, I don't know. But you also,
like, what do you like to give
service.
And what do you like to receive? Those can be different though.
True. I think it's shifted. It used to be words, but I don't know if I need words anymore.
Acts of service: run an errand, cook a meal, do a chore. Gifts: give thoughtful and meaning gifts of any size without an occasion. Physical touch: yours is physical touch, ain't it? Child, she want to hug. Quality time: give your partner undivided attention, exclusive time together. Words of affirmation: offer verbal compliments and words of appreciation. So my love language to give is gifts. Like thinking of things, I get so excited. Like, I don't want a gift. But thinking of things to give someone that's going to make their face light up, that I get so excited.
Yeah.
But I don't really like getting gifts because it just makes me uncomfortable.
How do you know someone loves you back? What is your
acts of service?
Acts of service.
But not like that. Not like
errands.
Yeah, not like not like But I would say actually acts of service and quality time. So I would say with my lover, my husband, is more of like, we're always together. Yeah. So it's more acts of service. Like, gotcha. If he brings me home some Skittles, I'm like, oh, you were thinking about me. That's what it makes me go to. Or, you know, he builds my Ikea drawer. And I'm like, I didn't even ask you to do that. Yeah. You just, yeah. But I feel like with my friends, it's like quality time.
I would say that's accurate of you.
Or I'm just like, I want you to stay here all day. Yeah. And hang out.
That's
me.
That's you. I'm going home. Like
I'm like, you just fucking got here.
I've been here 2 hours. Can I go home to my own house? Like,
no, you cannot.
I can come back tomorrow.
There's nothing more fun than this.
My whole husband is at my own house, and I want to be with him too. But that's good to know, though. I think it took a lot of examples to learn what that was, because again,
I feel very confident. I feel my best about my friendships when I'm with Evan for a long time. Yeah. When I'm with Virginia for a long time. I feel like we're restored. Yeah, we're restored. Comes to visit. I'm like,
feel the love again. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I feel like we've had a lot of exampons in time. You keep asking me that. I said
you gotta look.
Okay, all right.
How am I supposed to love her?
I guess
she doesn't fucking know how. I like to pick my own gifts, and I feel like I have the things I want. Janae's expectations are low when it comes to people, and my expectations are high. Yeah, and it's almost like I don't want to be let down. So that's also just, I think that's like a single mother thing too.
And I feel like I don't want to be a burden, more or less like let down. Like I feel like I said, the ask that I would have to people isn't the same across the board. An ask that I would have of you would be different than an ask that I would have of like my neighbor or a coworker, because I don't have higher expectations of this. But once I feel like we love each other, like we're in love, we love each other. You should make sure my safety is at top notch. Carry me to the airport on your back.
OMG.
I think I like physical touch. I also feel quality time.
I love this chat. Before tuning in, I couldn't believe people tuned in for 3 hours. I'm glad that I was able to join.
I'm glad you were able to join too.
It's so easy. Time just flies when you're having fun.
It does. Maybe
I had to tell my besties to lower the hug time a few seconds. Why are we in the streets negotiating hug time? That's what we need to do.
Yeah. You act as if you've never been touched ever the way you hug.
Maybe that's a sibling thing. Like, I didn't grow up hugging people outside of romantic partners.
Oh.
Right? Like, who the fuck was I hugging?
Your mama.
Yes. And then when I was old enough to have a man. I didn't just hug, like, in middle school. Maybe we were hugging. I don't remember.
We were hugging. But that's also.
But I'm sure it was like siblings. There were events or something would happen. You'd hug, you'd embrace, or I don't know what y'all did. I don't know.
Well, I have cousins too. I have lots of cousins, grandparents. So there's a lot of hugging that takes place. So maybe that's it.
So what'd you come up with? I'm so sorry.
I feel like I give acts of service. That's how I let you know I love you.
Absolutely.
Like, let me do something for you. And I feel that to know that you love me back is
I told my mom this. She's always holding on to me for so long. Please let me go.
Please let me go.
Oh my goodness.
I think I know I'm loved back with words.
So Akita, Janae was patting you like a dog.
Listen, it's barely even that. When I tell you Janae, she's gotten better, but only I think just at the count of I keep calling it out. Like, why are you? Because it's so awkward.
It making me aware where I'm just like, what do you want from me?
You progress, but when I initially hug you, and I thought maybe it's like, oh, maybe you don't want to get your makeup. And I think sometimes you hug because
definitely.
You have this like,
I'm always like
this. But even when you don't, it's
I'm like, what is happening? Like my body.
It feels like you don't even.
That's
know
how I feel. Like
And even she'll kind of come in kind of sideways.
Yeah.
It's
like, I'm just like, hey. And she's like embracing me. And I'm like, what is happening?
Yeah. I hug with my chest. We're coming all on in here. Let's give you a good tight one.
It's a lot.
But I do also let you go. I just give you enough.
I do the dog pat.
Yeah.
Me too.
You do. You're like, and even your little fingers are just like,
hey.
Yeah. And one time you did try to hug me for a long time, it felt awkward because it wasn't your norm. Like, I don't know what the balance is, but I think I hug you less, I hold you less, and I just let you. We don't hug every time we see each other. It's only when we.
But I feel like you would like to.
No, I don't have to hug all the time. But then sometimes we go such a long time without seeing each other. Like if you've been traveling a while, I'm like,
Body immediately rejects hugs.
It's like she stiffs up. And then
it's exactly how it feels.
That's exactly what you do. It gets stiff, she clams up, and then leans in like this with her clavicles. I'm like, what is this?
Somebody said I did good with the meet and greet. That's because people were not expecting a full embrace, right? I'm like going down the line. It's like, hey, oh my God. It's more of like embrace talk. I'm great with that. But I'm just like, if we keep hugging, we have to kiss. Like that's...
Don't let her tell you that. I did not sit here and just squeeze her and hold on to her. For example, she was gone for a month. I was like, oh my gosh, I missed you. Welcome back. And she still did the same thing. It was like this. What's this weird ass?
Like, I can't just sit here. So where is this going?
I have no. Maybe I should hug you sideways. Maybe it's the forwardness.
Like, I'm not just sitting and hugging Josh. If we're hugging that long, we're about to get in the bed.
But when Rashad hugs you, maybe because he does a little sideways number.
We just hit it. Boom.
We hit it. Boom. I hug from my bosom.
From your loins.
I can't take this.
Oh, that's so true. For me, it's easier to hug someone that I don't have a connection with because it doesn't mean anything. It's just like doing something.
No,
so like at the meet and greet, like it's just like not that it doesn't mean anything, but it's I don't know.
It's the other way around for me. I don't want to just hug.
You don't want to hug strangers.
No, I don't. Not that I don't hug people that mean something, but like, why would someone we don't have even like a mutual some sort of connection want to hug? You hug people you care about.
Oh Lord,
kiss. Girls go wild.
Who knew there was such a robust conversation to have about hugs? Oh Lord, that tickled me.
But
I'm working on it. We're both working.
I'll work on it too.
We met in the middle.
Yeah, but I feel like we found a balance.
How many people have I been depriving of hugs?
Well, you're not gonna deprive me. I'm gonna get my hug at you.
I mean, like, I don't think me and Regina have ever. I mean, I guess we do hug, just not long. We always hug when we see each other. Me, Evan is very much like me, so he's not like.
Bring it in, sister.
Yeah. we're both like,
yeah. I'll turn my position. I can learn new hug positions, you know. But again, it's only if I haven't seen
let
you in
Akita
a long
love
time.
you, girl.
Let me love you.
Oh Lord.
Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah. But I could flex, you know, if you'd rather a sideways number, I'll do my best. I'll try it out. But I do.
I'm tickled.
Yeah. I've been also told I give great hugs.
And it's like, I don't have that information to give.
No, you don't.
Like, we're not
I'll
gonna
tell
finish
you
and
don't.
I'm like, wow, that was a great hug.
But you know how like also to touch isn't your thing. Like as we looked at the acts of the love languages, touch isn't yours.
No.
So and you know there was a thing, especially around the pandemic, people were saying they were like touch. Yeah. Think about people who live alone and don't have a partner who are just never touched.
Josh touches me all the time, so I'm not deprived.
Yeah. Also, similarly, Rashad touches me a lot when he knows he's doing it or not doing it. So I don't feel the sensitivities of touch, but like, but I also don't hug. What? I do hug him. But like, again, I miss you. You were gone a month. Like, can I just
Akita's so accommodating. She can learn a new hug.
I can learn a new one.
No. From your loin, I'm screaming. So intense. Yeah, I've never thought about myself as not being affectionate. Like if someone was like, "Oh, are you just not an affectionate person?" I would never say, "Yeah, I'm just like not affectionate."
And I would say, yes. That's wild. I would say she's not an affectionate person. Only because you literally don't, it doesn't even seem like you even know how. Like it just like you don't even know. And it's your body goes limp and stiff at the same time. It's just like you go dead.
Maybe it's because I just relate touch to like sex. Too romantic is what I was gonna say.
Oh, okay. I don't relate hugs to romance.
But that may be what it is.
That could be it. I'm not trying to feel
like I grew up with a small family. It's just my mom and my uncle. So my uncles weren't just going around hugging me. It was very much like, hey,
yeah,
you know,
yeah.
Maybe that's what it is.
That could definitely noted.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is.
That makes sense though.
Oh,
yeah. Wow. I don't think that's not the trait. Oh Lord,
I changed you.
Oh Lord,
this look different, baby.
Oh, I got extra little razzle dazzle here. Let me get catch up. Nope, I don't even get to finish that last one. Cheers.
Oh man, I'm
number 3.
You can weigh in on this conversation.
Ooh,
what'd you call me? I'm not touched. No. I'm not. What did we just say?
Well, I don't think I called you something. I think
no, we just did. If someone said I was not affectionate,
I would say.
Would you say that?
No.
I know.
What?
But I said I feel like for me, touch relates to romantic things.
Yeah.
We were talking about her wanting to hug, and I'm like, when we're just embracing, I'm like, are we gonna kiss? Like,
what's the next step?
Yeah,
that's first
because
base.
That's what it is.
Second base
I'm just sitting here. It's like
third base. I'm already in your bedroom. Go to home run. But I also too again feel like because y'all grew up similarly, y'all have similar affection styles. Y'all are.
Yeah, I was telling her I also just grew up with like my uncle, so it wasn't like in no siblings. Like who the fuck was I hugging?
Yeah,
my mom, because she's my mom.
Yeah,
you're not my mom.
You're not my mom.
And then like long distance relatives, where it's just like, hey.
But that makes sense though, because even with like Rashad and I,
Josh is like, now
was not a hugger, and so I'm like, hug me right.
Yeah, he hugs just like I hug.
Right. And we want some.
We're both like,
he can hug. Then now you know how to hug somebody.
That is exactly how I.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't think he grew up hugging for no purpose. What's the point of hugging if we?
And even when me and Josh are embracing, we must have sex. Right. Like we're not just like, okay, bye.
I can just hug and Rashad, not you, not my girls, but like hug and look at his face, and he'll even do this little number like, get off me. Like it's more like, all right, and I had to stop him. Like, why are you doing? He would put his hand like this. He would put his hand like lean it. Let me lean into me, and he'd be like, and I'm like, whoa, why are you doing that? Thank you, Josh.
Oh, Josh is out of here.
Yeah.
Peter wants a full cuddle.
Cuddle with me. Touch me.
Oh, you suffocating that man.
Even when I would go and he would do it, and I know he wasn't even conscious of it. It was when I was like, hey, move your I can't get in here.
Can't get above it or below it. Growing up, kissing leads to sex, and as a result, I hate kissing.
Oh my god.
Shit.
Like he fighting you off.
Oh Lord.
I'm falling out.
Okay, we gotta move on from the hugs. Now you know your love language. I think it's important to know your love language with friends and romantic.
True.
I feel like that's something we just uncovered.
We did
today.
We did
because it's very different.
It's very different.
Oh
my god,
this is delicious.
Brittany, see, stop doing that to him. Give him a hug. I said my boyfriend hates it.
Enough is enough. Oh Lordy.
Oh my gosh. What else we got? Thank you. That's just how you hug me.
See how thoughtful I am? I'm not gonna let you die.
This Akita's husband uses military tactics. Thank you, Crystal.
What's the next topic, y'all? Great section for free. Woo. Who my cheeks hurt?
Let's see. What else haven't we covered? We talked through friends. Like I said, I feel like every time we do this, we learn something new about each other.
And ourselves.
Yeah.
Did he play football? He's on the 10th.
He did.
Defense.
He did.
A girlfriend chat is not complete if Akita isn't crying. Oh, that was a good one.
But even too, let's say this as well as talking about how our rapport with each other is even with words. Like I want to express things to you verbally, and you're like, you think I'm joking, or you don't take me serious, and I'm like, I feel like I have to put a preface in it. Like,
yes, you have to start the statement with, "I'm being serious."
I'm being serious, because there's times I'm like, oh my gosh, I'll have
it just comes out of the blue, and
it doesn't come out of the blue.
It's so conflated, like it sounds like a script. She's like, you're such a remarkable person. I'm just like, where's this coming from? What just happened?
The love I have for you. You know how you just appreciate someone, you're like, let me let them know.
I know, but she just shares it in she's so eloquent. Well, I would just be like, I'm proud of you. You did a good job there. I'm so
But I would take that. We said.
But she'll be like,
you know what?
You are really just an amazing woman. I'm so lucky to be your friend. I'm like, what just happened that made you say that? Or I'm like, you're killing it. Don't stop.
Yeah. I feel like I am a wordsmith. Like I am very romantic with my words, but I mean them though. I don't just give them to everybody. But you always think I'm joking. You always think I'm just a comedic person at all times. That I can't just express it.
You're funny though, exactly. And it's just, we could literally be laughing like this, and she'll be like, "You are just such a great friend," and I'm just like, "What?"
I just want to tell you I love you. Like, oh, what a great moment! I love you. Yeah, and then she'll be like, "Thanks." Do you have anything else that you want to share? Maybe you love me too, or
Akita's so sweet. She is so sweet.
I'll be your friend, Taylor.
Janae can't accept compliments. That could be true.
Scorpio women are great women to be loved by. We are. I don't have nothing else to say. We are.
I'm crying because my mama does that too. I'd be like, thanks, girl. And I feel like my mom knows me so well, where she's like, she is always pouring out her feelings. And she knows what to expect from me.
Yeah.
Or she'll just be like, here's my card. I wrote out all my feelings. I don't want to cry in front of you. I'm like, I love you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
But I do feel though,
my friend told me I was like sunshine. I was so confused. This was my hug friend too.
My mom wasn't a I'm trying to think about this as a child. So she also wasn't a very affectionate person. Like she didn't say you're such a great child, and she didn't do that. And even remember like my dad was more affectionate than my mom. And then like I remember like even dropping us off at like daycare or summer camp, it was like, high five, mom, see you later. And then we'd run off. But now the older that she's gotten, she's much more like, once I went home for Mother's Day, I think it was last year, she cried just because I came to see her. And I was like, what are you doing, mom? Like, we don't do this. So I feel like there's shifts that's she's changed, which I love it, because now she's just like, I'm so proud of you. You're just so great. But I am reacting like you are. I'm just like, thanks, mom. Thanks, mom. Thanks, mom. Cut it short. Cut it short. Calm down. Because it's just not, it's foreign when it's foreign.
Sag women have such masculine energy. That's very true.
You
can't just come at us all mushy out of the blue. What is this about? That is literally how I think. I'm like, what is this about?
It's in very real time. And she acts as if I came back a month later and just like, I just want you to know I love her. She would do something or give me something. I'm like, oh my gosh, I really, really appreciate this. Thank you so much. I just want to tell you again.
Mine's the same way. And you're like, oh my God, I could cry. I'm like, please don't.
Yeah. Just
take it, because I do love you.
Yeah.
It's just a gift. You're making me
Ladies and gentlemen, Janae.
Maybe you're joking as a defense mechanism. I'm definitely sure that's what it is, for the uncomfortableness of the affection being shown to you. That it makes me very uncomfortable, but not in a like, I hate this, but just like, oh, it's just so
foreign,
mushy, like.
Which is why I don't tell you.
But I'm a lover, not a fighter.
I tried to write it to you, and you were like, "Thanks." Or
y'all look like opposite attracts couple. Janae is nonchalant but invested. Akita is emotional. I'm gonna let you know exactly where you and I stand at all times. She is.
But I also feel like we banter a lot too because of our differences.
But we also both are similar.
Yeah,
we have a lot of similarities.
I know.
We're just not showing them right now.
They're not coming out as fluently here, but
Janae gives you a ditto.
Yeah, she'd be like, right up, thumbs up.
My aunt is a Sag, and she's not very affectionate either. Come to think of it, she's not driving anyone to the airport either. Oh Lord.
My mom's a Sagittarius. Maybe it is y'all's thing. Yeah, but she's changed. I think they're just coming with like age and time. But
I'm Nigerian. Wasn't no hugging in the house.
Yeah. Okay, Sunshine said my mother was never affectionate, so when I went to visit family, it was weird for them to show affection. Now as an adult, I find that I am very affectionate. So I think it can definitely change in ebb and flow.
But I feel like my mom was very affectionate, so I can't say it's that.
Yeah, no, I'm saying my instance.
No, someone said that like growing up, they didn't get a lot of affection, and maybe like I'm similar. But I'm like, no, my mom has been the same mushy person.
Yeah. Do you receive it from her? Like, does it, or has she timed it like 1, 2, 3? Okay, that's enough for Janae. Like,
not in the sense of like, no, when I see her, we always hug, but she knows I'm not as mushy as her. Like she has a way with words. She loves writing cards and like, and just professing her, like anything I tell her, she's like, I'm crying instantly. And I'm just so proud of you. And but she also knows like,
you're not a receiver.
She knows that I already know that.
Yeah.
I feel like we would just have a clear like you've proven it my whole life.
Yeah.
But I appreciate you saying it, but it's not like profound. Like, oh my God, you're proud of me.
Yeah.
We're like, girl, we know. Like, let's move on.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what it is. It's the attention on you don't want that makes you uncomfortable. That's what it is. That's why I didn't have a big wedding. It's so odd because of this job that I have. Anytime I tell people I don't like being the center of attention, I really do not like it. The thought of walking down the aisle and everybody looking at me, find somebody else to do it. No, thank you.
Which is also weird too when you not weird like I can't believe you're doing it, but it's almost like I can't believe you're really doing this. Is when you started the YouTube channel and you were like, I'm going to go ahead and do this. But to me, I've been with you in person, so I'm like, oh, you'd be great because you're so funny and comedic and like, you are lively to me and around me. But when you would say like you're so uncomfortable on camera and things like that, I'm just like, how? But seeing your camera, you're much different now. But
but initially it was a very I just had to put on like work mode, and which is not like, who I am.
Yeah, and it was like,
but that was the only way I could.
Yeah.
But yeah,
like you only laugh anytime if I came. Yeah, I'm like, you are like this. You're funny to me. If you think I'm funny.
But anytime people are like, anytime there's attention on me, outside of like it being a professional setting, I guess, like when I do the meetups and it's like I'm delivering information, that's very different. Than just like everyone look at me. No,
because you also feel like you are giving to them.
So so it's not about me. It's really about them. But if someone is just like toasting me, I'd be like, oh my God, let me just get under the table. That's so good. Great point. You know me so well. I can say I'm not affectionate either, but with my child is full force when my partner is there, but not as much as he wants. Same with the attention. My mom wasn't very affectionate when I was growing up, and I decided I wanted to be a very affectionate mom. Oh, I love that.
Is your mom, Shantae, has she changed? Is she more affectionate now? Like, has there been a shift? And even so, I'll say, like I said, I think sometimes age plays a part in it because my brother, no, I don't have any brothers. My mom, wow, it's the juice. My mom has lots of brothers, which is why I have so many siblings. No siblings, one sibling.
Holy shit. Just slow down.
Why?
Slow down.
Why I have so many cousins. I have so many aunts and uncles. So when my grandmother, their mother, had a birthday party, they were all like crying. They were talking about how much they love and appreciate and so glad that their mother is here and crying. I'm just like, who are you people? And I called them out, like, y'all are just so soft now, y'all's age. Look at y'all crying. But they also too weren't very affectionate people. Josh, you said hard.
Somebody said, how are we similar?
Oh, that's a good question. I think we do talk a lot about our differences.
That's what it is too, CD.
What is
somebody said, I'm a Sag too, not affectionate, but I get embarrassed easily. Sometimes things that put the spotlight on me make me feel embarrassed.
Oh,
great example. Anytime I am shooting and someone drives by and recognizes me, it is not a like, oh, look at me moment. I'm so embarrassed.
Yeah.
Not that I'm doing what I'm doing, but it makes me so uncomfortable where I'm ready to throw the camera on the ground and never take another picture.
Shoots over.
I'm like, stop.
Yeah.
Stop.
Yeah.
Or they're like, you're killing, or even if it's someone that doesn't know me, but they're like, you're killing it. Why are you even focusing on me?
Yeah.
Why are you looking? Just walk down the street. Yeah. Why are you looking at me? But it makes me feel embarrassed.
Yeah.
That is so what it is.
I
just like
get
the
more
attention.
Confident. No. If someone's like, yes, orange.
Because then you're bringing more attention to me, right? Now you yelling makes other people look at me and I'm just like, everybody's looking at me.
Yeah.
I'm fine with doing my job because in my head, I'm saying this is my job when people are passing by. But someone just yelling, you're killing it. I'm just like, it's a terrible reaction.
Yeah.
Because every time I feel like I never react well. And then I'm like, fuck, now they're going to become a bitch. But in my mind, I'm just like, I hate this.
Yeah.
I hate it.
Yeah.
Make me invisible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. I'm.
You get it?
I was taking it in. Yeah.
We missed a lot.
I think we were right. We're coming up.
My eyes are 60 and she hasn't changed.
Oh, okay. She's consistent then. Okay.
Josh, your juice hitting hard. Yes. I'm a Virgo. I'm very humble. I don't like a lot of attention. I'm definitely embarrassed with too much attention. Give it to me gently. Yes, I get so embarrassed. Introvert, extrovert. I think Janae are two different personalities. I think so too. I definitely think so.
I would agree 1,000%.
I have to put on a front to be an extrovert.
And I just be the same person.
Yeah. but I'm naturally an introvert. And then I always tell people, like, when I do YouTube, I'm like, all right, I got to get it up. We got to bring her out.
Yeah.
Like this person that I am with my friends. Because all my friends will be like, you're so funny.
You're hilarious.
And strangers would be like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
What makes her funny?
Yeah. What makes her funny? Who says that?
I'm just like, just when I talk. Like, I have like little jokes.
That's when I talk.
I like make funnies.
And I think to me,
but I have to be super comfortable.
Yeah. I feel like I've been put on the spot so much.
You're like, make me laugh.
Literally. I remember in kindergarten, even my teacher, Akita, make us laugh. Well, here we go, heckling away, you know. Like that has been part of my.
That's terrible. Ta-da!
Right. I'm just here to learn. Like, can I play with some Play-Doh? Like, what are we doing here?
So, like, come on, we know you got something in there.
And so
give us a jokey joke.
Right. I'm like, it's 7 a.m. I think we're all here for the same reason, to learn and go on about our business. They're like, that's so funny, Akita. Well,
the pressure.
Yeah. So being like naturally witty, people think that that's like a performance, but I am but I'm also not just funny at home. Like I'm not just, Rashawn, look at this joke I just made up. Look, I got a good one here. This is what I'm going to tell everybody tomorrow at dinner. I'm not doing that. I am very like, I laugh at like stuff I see loudly, TikTok or something, but I'm not like coming up with material.
You're just naturally funny, conversationally funny.
Yeah. But I feel like I do come off like not as confident on like if I was live by myself, I don't think I come across as this confident on my own. I think the comedic part, the energy
I feel
gives me more.
That's what we have in common.
There we go.
That is what we have in common. Like I'm funny with people. It's a little, I'm in stealth. Yeah. Like people always like me more when they sit and talk to me.
Yeah.
I'm like, wow, I didn't know I was gonna like you this much. I'm like, I know.
Yeah.
That's what I do. Gotcha. Now we're best friends.
Yeah.
Who knew?
Yeah,
I knew because I'm funny.
See, but if you come across as like always me, if you already know I'm funny, you expect me to come to the show, and
I never have any pressure.
See?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's like, what if I show up, I'm just like, hello, here's my serious voice. Like, let's just,
what the fuck? Go home and try it again.
Yeah, she's not funny at all. I don't know what I saw online. I'm like, I just happen to be funny, but I'm really just a normal, regular.
That's a lot of pressure.
Cool kid.
Yeah.
I know.
Where I like sit down like a cool kid and like,
oh my God. Yeah.
You're so funny.
Yeah.
Way less pressure. I'm sorry you have to go through that.
I know.
Me holding her hand. Oh.
This feels weird to me. Even your embrace is weird. She didn't even lock in fingers or nothing.
Lock in fingers?
You just kind of gave me like this little...
It's never enough. I wrote a song about it like, here you go. That used to be you in kindergarten.
And I also am easily tickled. Like people make me laugh very easily. Like I'm always crying, laughing. Things make me laugh. So it's
notebook of jokes.
Do y'all remember like people who watched me on Instagram like a while ago? I used to do like a joke of a day. Like I used to do different knock jokes I would learn. And I would share them in my stories. And people would be like, where's the joke of the day? I'm like, I don't have one. I'll come back when I have another one. But it was too much pressure. Because I'm not a comedian. So I stopped doing it.
Oh, too much pressure. You don't need to live like that.
No, not lock fingers like this. This is what Janae just did.
I took your hand like a friend.
Look at look at this. Look at how she's holding it.
You're just supposed to enjoy it.
You're holding it like a paw. Like this is how I would hold Chloe's paw. Like, oh, what's wrong with your paw? That's how you're holding it, like a paw. Out of here. This is how bring it up here. See how you cusping your hand? Love.
This doesn't feel good.
I felt your bones like feeling like they're like, what's that thing, postmortem or something?
Don't you want to be free? I'm giving you still freedom.
Why are you holding like that? It's so ladyish, and it also makes me
uncomfortable. Because I'm a gentleman, bitch.
See, you handle me like a lady, and it makes me
and you're manhandling me.
That's it.
Never enough, I tell you.
Oh my gosh. I'm not drinking no more of that.
You got a full glass. All right. What next? Next topic.
What else y'all got for us?
Oh, Lordy. We got any relationship questions?
Mm-hmm.
I'm all out of stories.
No
best
more
ones last time.
Vanita said, I enjoy watching y'all so much. Thank you.
Oh, I'm wheezing so bad.
I'm glad that this is so easy, though. You know,
that's why we do.
Like,
it.
imagine if this was like a podcast and we had to keep coming up with material.
Yeah,
like, we just. And this is how this really started. For those of you who are not aware, I feel like I have to put this disclaimer. It started like this. We were like, "Oh my god, it's so funny!" And then you were like, "You should interview me, like the whole thing." Mm-hmm. And it was like, "Well, then you should do." I
wanted to do something where people could get to know me more.
Yep.
And like kind of like break the professional, just videos.
Yeah. Because even you went live. This was your first Amazon drop. I remember you went live for the very first time and you hated it. And I'm like, and I was pushing you like, go live. You gotta go live. This is the thing. People gotta see how funny you are and amazing. You were just like, nope, here for work. We're gonna work, and that's the end of it. But I think again, the more you've done this, that has been the thing. Like people have been able to see that.
And it's the best part.
Yeah.
But initially and in general, opening up this much, it just getting criticized on being yourself is a lot harder than getting criticized on just the work you put out. You know, just putting out videos about fashion. It's like, if you don't like the video, fuck off. Like whatever. It doesn't. But if you're just like, you don't like me, when I'm just hanging out and being, that was stupid. Oh, oh my god,
this is me.
Yeah,
what do I do about
me
it?
as a human? Yeah, so just jump off a cliff. I don't know. How did you meet your husband? Yes, I always save these. We always save them on there. They'll be under just if you go to each home page and just go to the live section, you'll see them. I loved your New Year's live. Oh, maybe that's the one we live. New Year's. That wasn't our best.
No,
if you haven't watched Thanksgiving, you should go back. It's 5 hours.
Yeah,
but it is the best one we ever did.
Yeah, like I don't even remember.
It's this room
one. Because the one in this room before was good, and the other one when we had the robes on was good. It's this room brings out the best.
It's the most relaxed.
I think that's it. We're just relaxed.
How'd you meet your husband? Good Lord.
I mean, I really had to think. I had to process this for a moment. How'd I meet him?
I left, went to my neighbor's house, came back, made my son some tea, chatted with my daughter, got back online. Y'all still here.
This is early for us.
This is early.
This is, getting off right now wouldn't even seem right.
I watched the Thanksgiving one 3 times. It's so funny.
It really is.
I mean, it's just a good time. That's that's why we started these. It was COVID and people had nothing to do. We had nothing to do. So we were like, people can't just go out and hang with their friends.
Yeah.
So you could just get on here and hang with us. And then we are.
Yeah.
It was this or go out for a Cinco de Mayo. I was like, let's just do this.
Yeah.
All right. You met your husband.
I met my husband.
This when Akita said sex is too much work and her knees came out.
Why would you bring that up right now?
Go ahead, tell us about your husband.
Let it be. Just let it be. So I met him when I left my job at Route 21. I think it was at Route 21. Yeah, it was at Route 21. And me and the crew, we all left that same like day. And so we all went out that night, like, yeah, we're out of Route 21, So we all went out, and then I met Rashad at this lounge that we went to. And when I met him, when the homegirl I was with, she was dancing on the floor. I was this is how I was moving the
show us,
like
girl.
this. I was, Now in 2003, though,
2003, ooh.
I was. You couldn't tell me I wasn't Sierra, and I wasn't Usher's backup dancer. That was. I was all on the floor. But as I got a little older, I'm like, just sip my drinks on the lounge. So I
grown sexy.
Yeah. So he saw me from across the way, and again, I had my little drink and just bobbing like this. My friend is on the floor tearing it up, so all attention's on her. So I don't have to do anything. Just chill. And I see him. He's looking at me, and I'm like, I was staring at me, like gawking at me. So then he comes into the side of me. So then I like see him on my peripheral. So I like move. Somebody's sitting right next to me. So I move this way. Like maybe he's not really looking at me, but then he moves that way. So I move again this way, and he moves back up this way. I'm like, oh, he actually is staring right at me. So then we never make contact. I go to the bar because we have to cash out, and he comes up to me at the bar, talking to me, and I'm telling him like, oh yeah, my name's Akita, I'm from Atlanta, blah blah blah, all that stuff. And then he's sharing something about him, and somewhere in this we get separated, and so I'm like, forget this, and we leave. We don't exchange numbers, nothing else, nothing happens. Yeah. And so I did tell him that I worked at Route 21. I didn't know him, so who cares where I work? So I told him, yeah, I work at Route 21. I'm not meeting nobody in no club. And the other guy met in the club. He was like, you don't need to meet nobody else in the club. This isn't your scene. This is not for you.
Yeah, so, she said 2003. You said 2003?
No. There was a 2003 club version of me, and then there was a 2009. I met him in 2009.
Okay, 2009. She confused us all with that.
I'm sorry about that. Excuse me. 2009.
2003, y'all shouldn't have been in the club.
I was 18. I just went to college. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I had a fake ID, so I can't talk.
Yeah. We were in the club, Janae.
I'll drink to that.
So I met him, and so we did not exchange numbers, and because I since I had no job, I had to go look for another job. So the very next week, I'm in the mall looking for a job early in the morning, 9 or 10 o'clock, and I passed by the recruitment office, the military recruitment office, but I didn't know he was there. So as I'm leaving, he comes out. He's like, excuse me," and I'm just like, "Who is this?" And I turn around, and he's in that uniform. I'm like, wow. He's like, "You remember me?" And I'm like, yeah, I do. You should have led with you were in the military. We could have been talking last night, So yeah. So we started talking from there, and then literally we just started talking from there, and that was it. He could not remember my name, and I could not remember anything he said to me.
How long did y'all date
before we got married? 3 years. 3 years.
Wow.
And here we are. Don't look at me. You do the math. Like, we've been married 11 years. Yeah, we were married 11 years and together 3 years before. 14. Wowzers. I'm only 38. We're 38.
Yes, we are. So do
you remember when Janae didn't remember how old she was for the whole time we knew each other?
Yeah.
I always kept saying, like, "Oh my gosh, you're like my big sister." Same age. We're the same age.
She's older.
And I'm older.
Oh, Lordy. And I met Josh at work. I was his boss. Old news. No, I don't think we'll ever do one with our husbands. Can you see that?
Because they're not predictable. I don't know.
You don't know what Rashad will say.
He's the wild card.
He is the wild card.
I have no idea what would come out.
I would have to get Josh drunk.
Like they're,
and then we won't know.
Yeah. There are two extremes.
They are
on a lie.
I mean, they would compensate for each other, though. Oh, that's so true. Akita gives me Loretta Devine vibes. That's so sweet, like her disposition. Oh, that's so true.
Okay. Calm down. Loretta Devine.
I love Loretta Devine.
As do I.
If I think about Waiting to Exhale, where she was just funny and sweet.
Oh, that version of her.
I mean, you can pick your own fucking version. That's mine. She just makes you feel good.
Yeah, but she's been grandmas and things. So I'm just kind of what version of Loretta?
She was 30 in Waiting to Exhale. So
I'd appreciate that one. I'm glad you said that. Maybe she meant the 60-year-old version of her. I don't know.
Not the P-Valley version.
Right. Which version are you talking about?
Listen, Loretta was wasn't she a dream girl? Listen, she was fine.
She was. I just saw that recently.
Simmer down. Tater tot. What age did I begin this channel? Oh, I don't know the age. I just know the year. I think 2019. Yeah. Right? or 2018?
I think 2018.
2018. Everything is still. My first vlog was I was on a cruise. I just picked up my phone and I was like, we're in Cozumel, or I don't know where, something like that.
I think that was where you went. Yeah.
And then I would just go to my room at night and edit on my phone. I was like, I want YouTube. Oh my god. Yes, the Waiting to Exhale version.
Oh, okay. Thank you. You know who I really would love to meet? I really want to meet two people. Viola Davis.
Yeah.
I also want to meet Keke
Palmer.
Yeah. I really love to meet her. I also think I would like to meet that's all I got for now.
I feel like if you met Keke, you would do to her what people do to you. Like, be funny, Keke. Make me laugh.
When I tell you, I already feel like we would just have a great time.
You would.
Keke and Akita. Imagine us in the room together. It would be a ball.
Yeah, someone would pee their pants.
They would. I would probably be the one doing it. But she's also very expressive, like with her face, as am I. So I'm
right with you. I don't want to meet nobody. I just keep you amazing up here. Because you're just gonna let me down in person.
I feel like Keke and Viola are gonna give me what I need to give.
I feel like Viola Davis could be like more reserved than you expect, and that could possibly feel like, are you not into this, Viola? Do you not want to be here?
Yeah, that may be true.
You know, sometimes people are just not as outgoing as you anticipate, and it's just like, do you not know you're a star? But out of the two of us, you need to give a little more.
This is why I think why they're two totally different people. Like, I want to meet Keke for us to Keke. But I feel like for Viola, I just want to be in her woman powerness. Like, I want to be my reserved self that I am at home, and just like, Viola, tell me your notes on how you are just, the boss that you are. Like, I would want to be in that space. That's
how I feel about Angela Bassett.
Yeah.
I feel like you just want to be a better woman if you meet her. Like,
yeah.
Even just anytime she speaks, I'm like,
yeah. But have you seen Viola on I don't think it was Drink Champs, but it was that thing when she did the hot wing challenge. She is funny. So that's why I feel like Viola is who I want to see. Does anyone know her? Like, could y'all, make that happen?
Yes, Whitney would have been an amazing one.
When I tell you I love Whitney Houston, I don't care what anyone has to say about her. And I really wish I would have seen her live while she was alive.
What else?
Yeah. What is that? I don't know, it's a song in my head.
Let it out. Oh, you want to meet Politics and Fashion?
Oh, Tashira?
An amazing time.
I've never met her in person, but she seems like
she's very similar to you. She's like one of those people that just lights up a room and it's like, it's a guaranteed good time.
Yeah. She makes me laugh on camera
every time.
Like I've told her,
like every time funny. We're out, I'm just like, how are you this funny?
Yeah.
It's annoying, actually. Yeah. If you could just stop.
Yeah. She's very funny. Not everyone that you recommend are very entertaining.
First of all.
But now that you have
I don't recommend them to be entertaining.
No, you know what? That came out wrong.
Yeah.
What I mean is, I assume this is assumptions. That's the problem. Let me start there. I will admit that when you introduce someone, and here's me as
you don't know what I'm enjoying about them.
Yes. And I assume, here we go. I'm gonna take full responsibility here. If you introduce us girls to someone like on your channel, and you're like, hey,
I love them.
I love them. This is how we're having a great time. And if I don't feel like they're giving us a great time, I'm just like, well, why? Why did you? And people feel like that about me. When you introduced me, it was like, well, what is she all about? I feel like there's a viewer me that consumes your content. And then there's me, your friend. So I'm just like, what is it? What do you like about them? Sell us.
What's the draw?
Sell us. Why this person? So yeah, so I just expect you're bringing us all in to someone that is equally as united.
Interesting.
So you did a great job with
politics and fashion.
Great job. Thank you for introducing us to her. Brown Girl Cheek. Thank you for introducing us to her.
Yes, Monroe is very down to earth. She's exactly how you see her on her vlogs.
I don't know her.
I'm not talking to you. Someone asked. She is exactly the same. Everyone I like interact with over and over again is exactly how they present themselves to be.
Yeah.
Because I can't fake a thing, child. I'm not pretending.
Yeah.
I can't get on the camera and pretend.
But I also feel like those too as well. I'm going to be more naturally drawn to those who have very louder personalities.
Yeah. Your expectations are very high. You want to.
I feel like
you want to be entertained.
We're gonna be together.
I'm like, she doesn't do that. Like sometimes I'll like tell her I'm watching somebody. She's like, she's boring. I'm like, well, I'm not watching her to get jokes.
Then like, what's the point? What does she do? What are you getting off on then? Oh, the fashion. Oh, I got you. Okay, then I got it.
Oh, I like her to watch her do it. And she's like, oh, well, I don't want to see that. Yeah,
I mean, where are the jokes? Do you know Peyton Charles? I don't know Peyton Charles.
I'm so sorry. Yes, the Yusufs, I love them. They are the best. Like the best. But I also feel like they're way funnier than they present themselves to be.
Really?
Like being around them. I feel like they're like me, like their stuff.
Yeah.
You know, you just think like, oh, they're just like, you know, cool. But they're funny together. Which I didn't really get to experience that because it was just the one.
Yeah.
But like this last little like fashion week, I was like, I like this.
Yeah. The sister thing.
I like this.
Yeah.
I haven't really hung out with Sai in the city. I've just met her at fashion shows.
I don't even know that. Sai in the city.
And Jackie is exactly how she presents herself. She's so nice. So nice. Would I ever let myself go gray? I think I have a little time.
I would. Like if I was and I think too because my mom looks just like me and she's going gray, like it looks so good on her. And it took her a minute to just embrace it. Like, Mom, that looks great. So now I'm like, I'm gonna look really great with gray. So I would.
And I like salt and pepper.
Is that a person?
It's like black and gray.
Oh no, I thought you meant it was like somebody's handle, like salt and pepper. No. I also
I just mean when I see people, because it's like it almost looks like purposeful.
Yeah.
You know, like you got highlights or something. But
yeah. Especially because on dark skin or women of color, our face looks younger. So even like you said, with having salt and pepper color hair, it just looks like it was done on purpose.
Patricia was very, very nice.
She seems like I feel like I've grown up with Patricia.
Like I felt like a little like starstruck to meet her just because I watched her for so long. So it almost feels weird. And she was just so, I feel like almost equally excited to see me. Or I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
But she was just so nice. Like as soon as we met, we were like, so what are you doing today? Okay, let's just hang out all day.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
You don't have anything to do with me either. Okay, let's.
I would expect that.
That's exactly how she was.
And that's good to know.
Like we met in the lobby and then she was like, where are you going? Okay, I'll go with you. Let's go.
Yeah.
And then let's stay together for 2 days.
I would expect nothing. If you told me something different, I would be shocked.
Yeah.
But I also what I like about Patricia is that she throughout the years has brought us through her journey, like of just her growing as an individual, even doing hair and different, like she has really taken us through her. I feel like I've grown up with her. It's like almost like watching Rudy from the Huxtables or something. Like that's what I feel like when I think of Patricia.
Yeah, a lot of her life is online, which is a huge commitment. Are there any content creators I'd like to meet? I can't really think of any. I'm sure there's some, but I can't think of any.
Content creators.
I feel like Jackie was probably the person I wanted to meet the most. I've watched her online the longest. And she just taught me a lot, which is like such a wild thing to think about.
Yeah.
Like I watched Patricia for like entertainment, but I watched Jackie to learn how to do makeup. Yeah. Like everything she did, I was like, okay, that's how I'm gonna do it now. Yeah. Oh, we're doing that first?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, we don't use contour anymore, we use bronzer.
Right.
I I use bronzer now.
Right. She taught me how to apply mascara.
Everything.
Yeah.
So like meeting her was just like, I literally was like, Janae, you need to calm down.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just like, I don't want to be weird.
Yeah.
Like, because I've watched you for so long and I feel like I know too much about you to just hang out with you. Yeah. That's how it is. Like, not like starstruck weird, but like, you don't know me and I need to make this feel normal, but I feel like I know your entire life.
Right.
And that's weird.
You may not know this, but we know each other.
That's how it was.
I'm like, know everything.
I'm like, please don't just blurt out random facts about her because that will be weird.
Yeah.
And uncomfortable for all of us.
You know what I always feel that when I meet people, because of what I've done as a profession, I always feel like to break the ice of things, if I am not saying I have to be funny, but I always feel like I go into interview mode.
You do.
So that I don't feel like either A, I'm spilling too much, but I just interview you. Like I just start, let's just interview. But I do from head to curves, we talk, but we haven't met. Like I feel like that's what happens. We meet each other all online. We're talking through DMs or phone calls, but because everyone lives in different places, you know, you don't have the opportunity to like meet them. Your favorite content creators. Yeah.
Like people are always like, why don't you hang out with this person more? I'm like, because I don't live there.
Right.
I'm not down the street. I'm not avoiding them. I promise. There's just no opportunity for that.
Right.
No, I don't think I'll ever self-manage myself. I don't want to. I made that decision a long time ago. I don't want to be in charge. Karen is very cool. I don't know. What do you mean? What about her? What else about her? I only have 2 strands. I'm missing the conversation. The traveler, the stylish traveler. I don't know who that is. Kayla is not with my agency. I think she just has a manager. I don't know if it's like with an agency. But I feel the same way when I met Kayla. I felt like I knew too much about her. Or I remember we went to Tulum and she was like, be cool. Like she's very much like me. Yeah. Like I was like, oh my God. Like I must have said something that was like very exciting. She was like, don't make it weird. And I was like, okay. Gotcha.
Right. Yeah. We're on the same
Sorry about that. I was in her room or something. I was like, oh my God, I'm with Kayla Walker. And she's like, don't make it weird. I was like, okay.
But I also feel like too, I think that's why I don't know the same people you know or have the same, because I'm not in the fashion space.
Yeah.
So like if I started talking about other people, you'd be like, I don't know who these, which I think happens. You don't know who I'm talking about. And when you tell me somebody, I'm like, never heard of these people. Can't relate. But again, we're in different spaces of the internet.
No, I won't work with Revolve. That's not my ministry. They just it's just a lot of overworking and getting nothing in return for a very long time. The people that go on all those trips do a lot of free work. That is not my ministry.
Blake recently had a very candid, I think she's expressed openly her disgust with Revolve. And she's been very vocal about that. And they have reached out with her recently to reestablish the rapport and let them know things they've done and also see if they can re-engage a partnership. So I think she has re-engaged a partnership or entertained a partnership recently. But she was also very open in her stories about how it wasn't a light relationship that they're rebuilding, that she still stood where she stood. She meant what she said it with her chest.
They just get over on people. And it's not even as most of the time it's a racial thing, right? Where it's just like, it's not fair. And it's like they get over on everybody.
Yeah.
They are going to get free work out of everyone. Yeah. And like, you just get the pleasure of being a Revolve person. And like the people I watch, all they do is get free clothes, but they make all this content and drive all these sales just for the chance of them inviting me on a trip that I don't want to be on. no, thank you. Like I even thought about it once because they email all the time, and they have these like wild contests, all trying to get you to drive sales. Like, oh, we have a competition. You can win a free trip if you drive fucking $10,000 of sales. Yeah, the trip ain't even worth $10,000. Yeah. Like, are you insane? Yeah. And then like I remember one time I got an email and I was like, well, you know what? I shop on Forward. Like I shop there. So maybe I can find some stuff on Revolve because they will give you a credit and you know, all you gotta do is drive sales. And I was like going through the website and I was just like, I don't shop here. Yeah. So why am I working overtime trying to find things to get for free when I just don't naturally shop here? Right. Just to drive sales for you. This doesn't make sense. I was like, no, thank you. Yeah. Yeah. That's just how I like. You just have to be in the millions for it to be worth it to me to partner with them. Where then they roll out the red carpet and you know, but like people at my level, there's no paid campaigns. It's just drive sales and you might get some opportunities to go places. I go places on my own. You go places on your own. Right. And a lot of influencers just feel grateful to be in the space. And it's a good look, and it's just like not to me. Oh, we missed a lot. Please don't do the husbands. We're not. There's no plans for that. Don't worry. I hate when people bring husbands into content. Yeah. I'm like, I don't know this man. Yeah. I don't care. Nobody cares. I don't care what he likes, what he eats, what he thinks. Nope. I don't care. Nope. I don't need a husband's Q&A. I don't. Nothing. Like you turn on the vlog and he's holding the camera. What the hell? Who asked for this? Done. Why is he telling me where y'all at? I don't care. Where's your wife? Where's your girl? That's who we're here for. I've never met Shayla. But we've talked online in the comments, but I've never met her. She seems really nice though. Please don't do husbands. Revolve did so much virtue signaling during 2020 and then boom back to do I work with Pink Fashion Love? No, that's just what happens when you just have viral pictures. People just use it. You know, the hair companies use it. But if I don't tag them, it ain't real. Like people just take your pictures and like we're selling these jeans. Like no, they're not. They're not. No, the short hair is just where it's at now. That's what it is. Jackie openly talked about the racial disparity. Do you experience that? Yes. Not openly, but definitely in the luxury space. It is very prevalent. Revolt. No, revolve. Are any of you in a sorority? No. Never appealed. Why? The college I went to. I went to a PWI, so yeah. That was actually. I was gonna say they didn't even have it. It didn't appeal to me to ever seek it out, but it also wasn't like a huge thing. Yeah. Like I didn't have like aunts or people who were actively to look up to it, so I didn't. And even I think at the time, those that were in it weren't making it look appealing to be a part of it at the time. Yeah, I think they were still heavily like hazing and stuff too. Yeah, like, it never looked like fun. Yeah. No, you screaming in my face? No, thank you. No, I don't want to do that. I'm trying to think of what are you laughing at? I'm looking at that. Wait, I'm a goer. What movie is that with Most Def? I know that phrase. He was really funny in that movie. Janae, in the words of Most Def, I'm a goer. I don't remember that movie either. Was it Brown Sugar? It might have been Brown Sugar. What do y'all think about SITW? What's that? Something in the water. Oh, neither of us went. I don't know, but it looked. Maya went, my assistant. And even when I saw pictures, I was like, oh, the one fucking cool thing that happened where I live, I didn't go. Yeah, I know. It was kind of fun. That's the only thing. And like I said, well, you know, Maya and I were talking earlier, is that when it first came here, it was so from all races, all ages of people were talking about how the experience there was so positive. It was almost like everyone just
came as they were and just had a good time. It was safe. No one was hurt. It was just a very good experience.
And she said it was like that again.
And so, yeah, I wish I would have been there, but I was.
Yeah, when I worked at Target, I did campus recruiting at Howard. And that was like the first time I got to see even just like a Black school, but then like sororities. And that made me like, oh, I wish I would have went. Like, this just looks so fun. Just seeing, I mean, it was so impressive just seeing so many Black kids that were like so ready for the world, like, and like business acumen. It was so impressive. But then like you would, go to the yard and like see all the sororities. It was like, this shit looks fun. I wish I went to a school like this. So, but yeah, in St. Louis, I just never saw anything like that.
And I feel like those who went to HBCUs, they do have it's this thing about them. Like, even when you see those who have made it into prestigious levels. I'm done after this. I'm not talking anymore. I'm gonna let me be quiet. Who have made it to these levels that they are.
What are you trying to say?
Those who have been to HBCUs and have made it to higher levels in the workplace or politics or whatever, or in business.
Yes.
They seem to come from HBCUs. And so they're
hella driven.
They are.
Yeah, I agree. How did you meet Maya or come to hire her? I did an interview process. So
we looked at her. Oh, go ahead.
But no, I put on my stories kind of like a job description of what I was looking for, requirements. And then someone that knew her sent it to her. She didn't follow me, she didn't know me, which was perfect.
It literally made her the perfect candidate.
But then she was also the perfect candidate. And then I think I interviewed probably 5 people, like a first round of interviews, got it down to 3 people. And then I did 2 more rounds of interviews, and they were all like situational based. And she was just, I literally had another person in mind. Like, I got off an interview, and I think I told you, I was like, I think I found the person. She's teachable, but it feels really good. And Maya was the last interview. And as soon as 5 minutes in, I was like trying to hold my face together because I was so impressed. Yeah. I was just like, act normal. Every answer I was like, holy shit.
Don't give her an offer right now.
Like I'm ready to be like, you're hired. Like, because coming to the last interview, like I had already sent them some like situational based questions around like, how would you react to these if you were my assistant? If I was in this situation, how would you figure it out? Blah, blah, blah. So she came with all those answers. And then like one of the answers, she was like, oh, I would have your schedule in this app. And she like sent me a link and pulled it up and was like, this is how I would organize it. And I was just like, she's the one. I was just writing down. I was doodling. I was like, it's her.
Also, too, I remember with Maya, her presentation, like she even brought that, like took the things that you were looking for and then showcased how she, before your interview, she brought those things in a presentation format, before her interview. And I think that also was another, like her attention to detail was so stellar. And even more so, she wasn't, I mean, you hired her, but I was a part of it. But even more so, I think this goes along with like if you're interviewing for like other roles, this doesn't just apply to an assistant role, but also even that level of attention to detail, but also to the presentation that she brought forward. Like no one else had done that. So it was really like if you had any doubts, she brought it. She wasn't trying to be you. I think that was some of the components of some of the
That was
candidates.
One person that fell out the first round.
Yeah.
It was kind of like, what are you hoping to get? One of the questions was like, what's your goal here? What are you hoping to get? And they were just like, I just want to learn everything you do. And it was
I have a channel and I want to get, it was like they want to get off of you to grow their stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, she was amazing. And at the time, for the first year, this is her second year. But for the first year she worked for me, she was such a type A personality and just like one overqualified, but also such an overachiever. She had a full-time job and she did this job full-time. And I told her I don't have a problem with that if you have the capacity for it. And I don't have a hard timetable. Like if you do this job every night, I don't care. Or, you know, if you do it in the morning before, I don't really care when it gets done. This is a job description. You have responsibilities. As long as they get done, I don't really care when they get done. And she was just killing it. So now she just works here. So, and I forget what we made her job title, but she's more than an assistant now.
I think we called her operations business manager.
Yes, that's what she is now. What is happening?
Someone's so cute. Let's see you do the heel toe.
What is that?
You know, like the dance.
Why do they want to see?
I have no idea. They want me to fall on my face clearly and embarrass myself on the live internet.
Oh, I love that. Thank you, Brenda, for sharing. I'm so happy that you're here. This is another good one.
This was another
I feel like we got to get into some relationship tea before we get out of here. That always just
seals the deal.
We need one more teary-eyed.
One more good kiki, and I'm going on from there. I'm not.
You want to give me some of yours?
You listen. I only took 2 sips. You can just have it because I can't take another sip of that.
You can barely get your words out your mouth.
Okay, I'm an educated woman. I'm not gonna be out here talking and slurring like I don't have any common sense.
That's not a dance. It's a sobriety.
Oh, I thought she meant like dance. Oh, she meant like heel to toe across the line. I was see. This is how I don't need to be. I'm holding my head for a reason, y'all. I'm not.
Ooh, Lord.
He's trying to set me up.
Could we hear about the story when the guy ran out the car? No.
Just go back to the one in November.
Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Because the way you told it then, it can't be retold.
I can't retell it. Because it was your first time hearing it. So I really had to give it my all.
Yeah. But we all heard it for the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the wildest thing that ever happened to me.
Wowzers.
Chris,
I thought she meant the dance too. Shit, me too. I definitely thought she was talking about the dance.
Oh Lordy.
What did Josh put in those drinks?
Every time.
I don't know. That last one, I don't know what was in that drink.
What do you think about the manosphere, the red pill movement? I don't think anything about it. Anytime I see men on the internet, I just scroll. Get me out of here. I don't care what a man got to say.
What is a manosphere in the red pill movement?
It's like Kevin Samuels.
Oh.
Well, damn, I want to know about the guy in November. Make a long story short. I can't even make the long story short.
There's no such thing. You just go back to the one in November. Trust me, it's a 5-hour live. But
there's no way to find it. They can't watch it tonight.
Take it off?
No, but there's no way to find it in the 5 hours. Okay, I'm gonna make it short.
Try, but I'm telling you, the appeal though, that it wasn't about the story. It was all the additional commentary that made it so funny.
Okay, we're just gonna give the highlights.
Try.
I'm gonna try. Okay, so the synopsis is I was in a high-speed chase. Let's start there because that's unbelievable. I was in college. I was on a first date.
Jay said, "Nah, make them go watch the live." I'm telling you, that's what you need. Don't even tell them. You gotta watch the live. You can't just come in and be like, "Oh, the way you articulated that story with all the commentary."
We can't expect them to go watch it now. They want to hear the story.
Then they're gonna go back after this live and go and watch it. She agrees. You can't just come in here and give highlights. They need to hear the story.
I'm gonna have to go find it and put a timestamp.
It's in our stories where that girl.
It's in my stories. A little clip of it is in my stories right now.
Shared it. I didn't mean to call her that girl. I'm sorry. The heel toe is a dance, though.
It is a dance. Someone drop a timestamp. I'm gonna go find the timestamp because somebody was watching it today and put it in their stories. So then I put it in my stories. But it was a high-speed chase. Basically, it's a very funny story. But I mean, I was in handcuffs and it was a lot. It was a setup first date by Regina, someone she knew, and it was a tap dance.
Kimmy said, honestly, the whole 5 hours was worth it. It was a great chat. My husband thought it was crazy. I thought I was crazy because I had my earpods in, tears coming out my eyes. And that was a good, you must. We will be doing you a disservice if she tries to give you highlights on it right now.
Because I just have to get into it. But it's nothing like, there's no energy like telling it for the first time when someone has never heard it. Because it's the most shocking thing.
Yeah.
Like when I think about it, I can't believe it happened to me.
And even when you said like, oh, here's the story I want to tell you, I had no idea that was coming out of your mouth. I heard it in real time as they did. And I was like, wow. I couldn't even process what you were saying as fast.
Oh, Lord. Okay, moving on. Whew. It was crazy times.
Crazy girl.
I know, we need your crazy story. Oh, Lord. Look at me. Some of us.
It's got to be midnight, right?
Look at Akita holding her head up.
I just sit in my house and I just giggle all day long. That's all I do. I don't go anywhere. I just be sitting here in my house giggling.
It's almost not the first date from hell like in Daddy's Little Girls. I don't remember the first date from hell.
Me neither. I mean, I remember the movie.
That's with Gabrielle Union.
Yeah. And
is that when it was like the married guy and the wife came with the kids to find him at the restaurant?
Oh,
I haven't watched that in a long time. Akita for Janae too. What? Please. She wasn't right all 2022.
It doesn't matter. You had already proceeded many sleepy
nights. No, the rapper. Oh, Julia. You know I never make a fool of ya. I want to wrap your legs around my waist and in my face. Oh, yeah, that was a good one. I haven't watched it in a long time.
Mm-hmm. But you're a rewatcher. Like, you'll rewatch.
I watch for comfort. Mm-hmm. I'm going to always watch the same shit.
One time I'm done, I store it and I go.
Oh, no. Like, even last night, I was like, I need something good. Mm-hmm. But I don't need the anxiousness of not knowing what's going to happen. So I watched Law Abiding Citizen, which was good. It gave me that angst. But also, I know how it is.
Yeah.
I don't think too hard.
Which is why I just watch reality TV.
No.
There's no angst.
There's no story.
There's no
story.
I mean, I'm not consistent with any of them, so.
Is this a bus driver conversation tonight? What does that mean?
I'm not even going to respond because the way y'all just drugged me for thinking heel toe, she was talking about dance. Oh, not saying anything else.
Either of you watched Beef yet? No, I heard it was good, but I have not
watched Beef.
And I feel like I watched all the new things, but I feel like the preview didn't look that good. Josh Juice, that's what's in here. Mm-hmm. Love is Blind. No, I watched the first season and I can't get behind these fake ass relationships.
Is that with Lauren and mm-hmm. That's the one I saw, but I didn't see it in real time. I saw it later.
It was amazing. Yeah. It was amazing to watch. But now after that, it's just like, bullshit.
You can't read. Yeah.
Like these people not staying together.
I've not watched it. That's the only one I've seen is that season,
which was the best one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the rapper's name was 40%. Got it. One of my 3 favorite Black movies. Who's your favorite Black movie? I know it's a hard one. Oh shit! Sorry to put you through this.
What are yours?
Oh,
you go first.
Off the top of my head, immediately comes The Last Dragon. Okay, Baps, and probably Coming to America. If I had to, but Baps is for sure on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you.
Baps.
But also I love like random ones like what was the fucking vampire one with Angela Bassett?
Oh,
and Eddie Murphy.
Yep. Don't know.
Yeah, but you know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about. They'll tell us.
I haven't watched the new Bridgerton, but I do watch Bridgerton. Janae for the win. She's wide-eyed and bushy.
Today.
The last 10 times.
No.
Please. Since we've been on that white fucking couch.
The last one, in the
that's because I was sick.
Doesn't matter. You can bring your excuses here all day long,
it
but
doesn't matter.
You know,
I literally was like, I want to cancel.
Here's where we are, though.
It's Vampire in Brooklyn. Yes, that is one of my favorites. Angela Bassett was so fine in that. And Eddie Murphy was so fine in that. Mm-hmm. Lord. I mean, Boomerang is also so good. Did you say one movie?
I thought we were moving on.
That's all you got, it.
Can I come back?
Sure. Anybody else want to share? Yeah, only season 1 was good. You never saw The Last Dragon. I have it on DVD if you'd like to borrow it. I feel like you had to watch it. Oh, Love Jones. Oh my God, of course. I feel like you had to watch it as a kid to like appreciate it. Cause it's like silly. But but you just have like, it's a special place in my heart. So I could just watch it and I'm just like, I just say all the words and just every fucking thing is funny about it to me. But if you'd never watched it, you'd be like, what is this silly shit? Yeah. And I'm like, it's hilarious. Yeah. What are you talking about? It's Leroy. Yeah. It's Bruce Leroy. Oh yeah, Poetic Justice is a good one. That one pisses me off sometimes though.
I like Love and Basketball.
It's fairly new though.
Yeah.
I mean, no, it's old, but it's new.
Right. No,
it's like new age.
I get what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I'm following.
But that is good. That one also kind of pisses me off. Like some movies are classics, but they just like irritate me. Like that one irritates me with the whole. I mean, their whole relationship was ridiculous. Wow. He played that woman every fucking time, every chance he got. You dump her in college because she had a curfew because she plays the same fucking sport as you. You string her along in high school. Let's start there. Well, no, you knock her down in grade school when you're playing basketball. He was a terrible fucking person.
He was evolving. They were evolving.
He was terrible to her.
You want him to be just be perfect. You want me just to be a prince?
He was never a good man. He was never a good man. So in grade school, he was mad she beat him and knocked her down. Then in high school, he was a whore and just played around with her feelings. Oh, and then took her virginity. And then once he got in the league, he just played with her emotions. And then finally they got together once she fucking begged him. Quincy bitch ass. I feel that's why, I mean, like I'll watch it if it comes on, but I'm never seeking it out because I'm just irritated.
I never looked at it as that perspective.
He was hot garbage. Exactly.
Wowzers.
She has a bone to pick.
Yeah. What was his name?
Quincy.
Omar Epps. I mean, his real name. Oh, yeah. I fear that he would ever meet him in real life.
Yeah, he was do you have to be a certain age to appreciate Bruce Lee? I feel like all of my favorite movies came out like in the year I was born. Like that shouldn't be my favorite movie because I was like a one.
Yeah.
But same thing. I feel like that's how I feel with Coming to America. That came out in like the 80s.
Yeah. We were kids.
But those were my mom's favorite movies.
Yeah.
They were my favorite movies.
Which is what I was gonna say. Like when you're saying like what's your favorite black movies? I actually grew up watching Sanford and Son, like the show.
Aw, yeah. I thought you were going to Steel Magnolias.
No.
You watched the shows.
I watched the shows, not necessarily the movies. Yeah. So that's where I lie. And all of like Richard Pryor, So I feel like
he was unreasonable when they were in college. Absolutely. Akita, don't worry. I've been earning my black card because there's so many movies I haven't seen. Oh, A Thin Line Between Love and Hate.
See the law. You see me trying to be quiet. I'm not trying to,
No, I'm sorry.
I'm trying to just move on with that.
I don't just actively watch Boys in the Hood. I watch it if it comes on, but that one, it's like the black movies I love, they also have to like leave me with a good feeling.
I didn't.
Boys in the Hood. Boys in the Hood is just like I can't watch the brother die.
That was
it's just traumatizing.
Yeah.
Yeah, The Last Dragon is just so nostalgic.
Oh, Sister Act 2. I love Sister Act.
That makes sense.
See, I feel like maybe this is also part of like how I developed this funny person. I watched comedians. Like that's who I watched. Like I would absolutely.
Yeah, Juice was not on my. Like those are just too stressful.
I'm not watching any Juice.
New Jack City is one of my. That one's fucked up too, but that's one of my favorites. It's just has a story. Good story. Dang, wait, I never realized about Love and Basketball. You gotta watch it as an adult.
Yeah.
The full way through. You're just like, what? And then he don't even dump her. I do have a bone to pick with this motherfucker. He don't even dump her in college. He goes on a date and has the date come pick him up.
Yeah.
While his girlfriend. Yeah. As someone who got cheated on in college.
Right. That's
dirty.
Yeah.
Trifling. And he's just like, oh, we're going to get burgers. You want to come, bitch?
Yeah.
Do I want to come?
Right. Ugh. I never looked at it in the perspective that you had. Not that it's not right. I just didn't. Again, I watched it once when it came out and I left it there.
Terrible man.
Oh, I like Set It Off. I did watch Set It Off.
Set It Off.
I also can't watch.
Oh, somebody got the High Speed Chase. Starts at 1 minute and 1 hour and 20 minutes. I didn't watch Good Times.
What?
Like I've seen it. I'm sure I watched it a couple, but it wasn't like my show. I watched like the Cosby Show, and like I watched A Different World a lot.
Yeah. I
didn't watch the
Good Times.
I feel like that's a very. You was really watching your parents' shows. I was watching my parents' movies.
Yeah.
But you was watching them.
I was watching them actively with them. Me and Fred and Lamont. Why is that thing yellow?
Oh, someone gave me $10. Oh, and they asked the question. Oh, that's a good one.
Nice.
Thank you. A Different World is when me and Josh first started dating. I made him watch all the episodes. It was such a good time. We watched every season.
Wow.
And it was amazing.
Yeah, the Jeffersons, I watched them. Did you watch the Jeffersons?
Like I've seen it, but
you know the like theme songs of
yeah. But
sing one.
No, what you just said. But no, I didn't. I wasn't like, oh my God, Good Times is coming on, or the Jeffersons. I was like, A Different World is coming on, or Family Matters is coming on, Fresh Prince.
But before that, though, we didn't.
I watched Family Ties.
No, we had the Jeffersons. We had George and Weezy. Before that, like I cannot. Oh,
I remember Webster and Give Me a Break. Now I
feel
like I did. You know what else I watched?
What?
Oh my God, Mama's Family. Did you watch
that? Yes. Now
there
you go. Okay.
That was my favorite show. Every night at 9. Can we talk about Ebony? Okay.
Who's okay?
Any thoughts on Ebony K. Williams' response to I wanted to date an average man? It's time for Black women to focus on dating with intent. I agree with her.
Catch me up. Who's Ebony? And then what happened?
She is a lawyer. She went on a show or she did something with Ilyana. I can never say her name. Van Zant.
Mm-hmm.
And she basically asked her. She was talking about dating, and she was like, "Would you date a bus driver?" And she was like, "Well, if he owned the bus." And she's like, "That's your problem. Like, you won't date somebody like below you. Blah blah. That's what's wrong with people. Like women is that like you're looking for someone. I don't know, whatever. But like you won't date a regular Joe or someone with a regular job." And my thought is like most very successful women, they just want their equals. They just want. And someone made a good point on TikTok, I'm sure it was, is that it's also very different for a man to date, because this kind of goes into like classes and upper class, lower class, whatever. But it's very different for a man to date below his class or below his station, and they feel like providers. But when a woman dates below her class, typically it's the men that have the issues, right? Where it's like they're typically they have a chip on their shoulder about the woman making more, so then they treat them bad, they talk to them because they have so much going on in their heads
with their complexes.
They have a complex about that woman making more than them, being able to provide for themselves, blah blah. So most women I've seen comment about that say that they would typically always regret even dating below them because that's how it turns out. It's never, she's like, Ilyana is like, oh, you can build together, blah, blah, but it's typically never about that because one, I'm already up here. What the fuck are we building if I've already built a successful law career and I have, all these things. We're not building anything together. Right. But it doesn't even matter about building because you already have a chip on your shoulder.
I see.
And I don't think there's anything wrong. Like when me and Josh started dating, I made more than him. That was, so I don't have a problem with it, but I don't think it should be the norm. I don't think Black women should be expected to do that. I feel like we're the only race that is. Like just take whatever you can get. You shouldn't be choosy. Just like, why shouldn't I want someone who can provide for themselves and just meet me where I'm at? That's how I feel about it.
Again,
talk to me.
Just catching up here because this is my first time hearing this. Two thoughts come to my mind. The first thought I have is when I was in Florida, I had this manager. Her name was Robin, and Robin came from a wealthy. She was white. She came from a very wealthy upbringing. Her husband came from an even wealthier, and I don't mean like, oh, they've got money, they're up. Even wealthier, like generational wealth of money. So their classes of money was different. And one time, so now these two have met, they're married. And again, Robin has her level of money, her husband, even grander wealth of money. Like in college, he drove a Porsche. Like that's how they had money. So she said one time her son was playing soccer. And her son, I think, wanted to be friends with somebody or something of that nature. And her husband said her son should actually be playing with people or being friends with people in his own, who of his own caliber. Station. Yeah, of his own level of where they were. And he said, because there's no point in befriending people who are not of the same level as you, because either they will bring you down or you will have to work hard to
always bring them up.
Yeah. And that blew my mind because, they were talking about this soccer, a kid making friends with another kid playing soccer. So I had never heard of that construct. And when she said that to me, I was just like, your husband's a dick. Like, that is crazy. That's mean. That makes no sense. You should be able to blah, blah, blah. And that is how I felt. And I expressed that to her. When I got older and saw business owners and, again, I think it just comes from working in corporate. You see those who have, and I worked for 2 different Jewish-owned companies. That is the way they operate for business. You will be, they take care of their own, like their class for their business. They share resources. That's how like the Jewish community operates with how they maneuver people. They don't need to be friends with me, my Black ass. They got their own people. They don't, they help each other all in their community. That's my first thing. The second thing I would say is, I think it depends on where said woman or man are, because I also have seen, I think it's like psychologically it's said that men typically marry down and women, they look to marry up. So like a man can go for a younger woman, someone who's not, and bring them up. And that kind of came about when they were talking about, I saw it again when they were talking about Diddy and Carisha and saying like, for example, he can come down, and not saying that Carisha's not worthy with it, but class wise, he can come down and date Carisha, date Lori Harvey, all these, and it can be acceptable.
And but it's cute.
Yeah. However, if Carisha or Lori dated down, it would look totally different. With the world has a different perspective on that. So those are my two different thoughts that I have to say. However, I can also see what Ayana was saying, because I think too, you have to think, when I met Rashad, we were able to build together because, and he of course made more money than I did, but because we were starting from, our foundation was similar. So we were able to build together. I wouldn't look at him and be like, you don't have $1 million. Well, shit, I don't have $1 million either. So I think that,
I don't think that's what most Black women are looking for.
To build?
No, to looking for someone. I don't think most Black women are looking for outlandish, because that's what that is, right? If I was like, you need to be making, we throw around 6 figures now, but you need to be making $1 million. You need to have a Bentley. Most Black women aren't looking for that. They're just looking for, I want someone who's working equally as hard as me and has built similar to me, right? Or because even Ayana in that thing was like, well, if he's a bus driver, we just have to make sure we have a pre-number in place. So you're worried about your shit too, right? Because you built this whole empire and you know how this can go.
Yeah.
So don't be obtuse. Like, like, oh, we're just gonna be happily ever after. No, he could just take half your shit because he brought nothing into this relationship.
I think that no. I think that's a very good point, but I also think that can apply. Like, that can't be a blanket statement. I think that can just apply to where you are in life. For example, just like I said, Rashad and I met in our 20s very early on, so we both were building it. It definitely you're bringing nothing, but now
like she's 40, like Ebony, like what are we building at this point?
And that's what I was gonna say. Now, if Rashad and I split apart, that would look totally different as far as what he was.
Akita's back alive.
I don't stop drinking this drink, okay? And I kept on pouring. But again, too, here's also too, again, I am an old soul. I love a man that is handsy, that can do stuff, that can
take care of the household.
I like a rugged, drives a truck. I like that, So I'm not opposed to a laborer, and I'm not saying that as a bad thing, like a labor worker. That is perfectly acceptable. I think too, when it comes down to the majority, and again, we have to think of like the median average of salaries in the world. The majority isn't making what I think sometimes what women have expectations to. And I think where it comes down to, so remember when B. Simone said something about she couldn't date someone, and I think that it got so turned around in so many ways that it was perceived.
And somebody made a good point about it being limiting, which I think it can be. I think I would just like to see us be okay with letting people decide what the fuck they want to do. If somebody don't want to date a bus driver, I need you to not be offended by that and just move the fuck along. And that's what they want to do.
Exactly.
Because there's women that don't have a problem with it. And if they want to meet you where you are, then they'll meet you right there. But if I don't want to, I don't fucking want to. Right? Because there's white women that don't want to and wouldn't date you if you're not a fucking stockbroker or a banker. And that's just what they've decided. And they just are allowed to have that decision.
Yeah.
But don't try to beat me over my head to convince me I need to just accept whatever because that's just what's right.
Yeah.
No, just let me live with my decision.
And I this is a good thing and bad thing about social media is that I hate that we are so opinionated on other people's, and even sometimes even hypothetical situations that don't even matter or apply.
Right. But people just want to be offended. You wasn't gonna date me any fucking way. We wasn't gonna ever date. Nobody was date like these men that's mad was not gonna date Ebony. Y'all wasn't even gonna be in the same place to get her number. She wasn't gonna give you a number if you was in the same place. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. But you're just offended that you wouldn't be an option. That's just what it is. There's other women that will take you as an option, so just worry about them.
Yeah.
But it's like you have the audacity to not make me an option. I have a problem with that. That's what it is.
Yeah.
You don't get to choose that. Yes, we do.
But I again, without hearing it, I think too there can be that part of the exclusion. Like you putting me in a place of exclusion without knowing me as a person. And I think that's
a good point, Belinda.
What Belinda say?
Which I didn't see the whole thing, so I'm just going off like TikToks basically.
Okay.
Ebony has every right to her preference, but she doubled down, I think, saying Black men shouldn't settle for those type of jobs, mediocre jobs. What if being a bus driver is your version of success? Which again, totally could be the point.
Mm-hmm.
So that, yeah, I agree with that. Like if that's the job I'm happy with, there's going to be a woman that's happy with you having that job, and that's totally fine.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say something is wrong with that.
Right.
Just saying some shit to be mad. If the bus driver's in the union and been with the bus company for 20 years, his pension is solid. Job is secure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, back from dinner. Welcome back, Karina.
Excuse me. What's going on with Brian McKnight?
Oh, Lord.
What is going on?
Girl, you on the wrong side of TikTok.
Is this on TikTok?
Yeah.
Hello? What happened to Brian?
He basically doesn't claim his children, like, from his first marriage. So he had, like, he had more kids with maybe a white woman or a mixed one. I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
And named the son Brian Jr., but he already got a Brian Jr.
Oh, there's two juniors?
His first marriage that he's not taking care of or not. Y'all chime in if I got it right.
What? Brian? I'm gonna go back to Eric May's TikTok because this is a lot.
Brian McKnight is a hot mess. Go on TikTok and just type in Brian McKnight.
Akita is on the picture. I'm gonna show y'all some dog videos. Like I'm just be on a peaceful little side of the world. This is all new to me.
They said he don't claim the Black children, but claims the biracial children and the stepchildren. So his new wife, who got the Brian Jr.
Jr.
Also had kids before they met, and he made a post for his stepdaughter, who's not his child at all, but his stepdaughter, saying, "Happy birthday! You're the best daughter I could ever have." He already has a real daughter,
and she didn't get a birthday post.
It's not the point, but he says, "You're the best daughter I could ever ask for. You're amazing. I'm so glad you're my daughter."
Right.
Wild, not Junior.
Wow.
And he bought her a brand new BMW, and he doesn't do anything for these other children.
Wow. Oh.
He explained that he made his kids entitled. I thought I heard a while ago that Brian McKnight cut the older kids off because they weren't doing anything with themselves, just expecting him to pay for everything. I'm confused.
This is flooring me.
Yeah,
I didn't know this.
Synopsis.
Wow, crazy
girl.
And
I was all over TikTok.
Didn't know. Had no clue.
And because y'all know, and because of that, they didn't want to become grown men and work for themselves. So he needed to show tough love and cut them off. And there you go.
Wow.
His boys are from his first wife.
Listen, just because they're entitled doesn't mean you name the second set the same name.
That's wild.
I mean, that is nuts.
Nuts.
You have the same name as your sibling.
And don't forget, he says she's the reason he's a girl dad. Oh, he has a daughter from a mistress.
Wow, this is a lot. This is a lot to take in. Like, I don't even know where to even begin offering anything, and I'm not going to. I don't know what to say.
Sheesh. It could be Bryant Jr. the second. The fuck. He started back at one.
Playing song type lesson. Oh my gosh.
Tickled.
Oh, so that's not cutting off. That's buffoonery.
This is all new information to me. Oh, y'all got to catch up. I mean, I've only seen it on TikTok though.
I've never seen this on TikTok. I see Eric Mays, pets, crashes, kids, and that's all I got. And how to make a digital product. That's all I see on TikTok. I don't know.
What? Kevin Costner is 70? Golly.
Wow.
Cheating and get women pregnant at 70?
Wowzers, Kristen.
Between
George Foreman has 5 sons named George Jr.
And I gotta Google that.
What in the world?
No, we're gonna get these names right. Ain't no way.
George, I need to confirm
Foreman's kids
names. Don't tell me it's true.
Well,
okay, start from the beginning.
I mean, I see the third and fourth. He has 12 children.
Whoa.
George Foreman sons. Let's get specific here. Names. Yes. He definitely has a junior and then a third. And like you couldn't think of no more other names.
I mean, he has to keep that family name going. Is he married? Is George married?
Oh my God. He has George Foreman Jr., George the III, George the IV, George the V, and George the VI. That is absurd.
Wow. What do they call each other when
exactly.
they need each other?
Or when you were living in a house together.
6, 7, 8. Like, do they just start calling by numbers?
That's just silly, George. This is insanity. I mean, his one son is like quite old. So maybe they weren't all under the roof at the same time. Or I'm sure maybe they weren't all in the same house.
Takia said George made his own rules.
That's why George Foreman Jr., George Foreman III, George Foreman IV, George Foreman V, George Foreman VI.
But that is how you do it. You don't go.
Is it?
You don't go George.
You're supposed to.
You don't go George Jr. You don't do like Brian.
But you're
Brian
supposed
McKnight
to
Jr.
You're supposed to let what George Foreman Jr. wants to have a son. What the fuck is his name gonna be? It's supposed to be George the Third, and then his son is gonna be George the Fourth.
You are right.
You done made a whole little
like the
kingdom.
He made his own rules. They acting like the Game of Thrones.
What these men supposed to name their kids? They can't have no Georges. They're gonna start with George the Sixth.
They're
the
9, 7. Okay,
I'm George the Seventh, but I'm the first.
There's nothing they can do. They just have to start new names. Okay, he locked it. And the biopic is called Big George.
That's wild. Like, what were these wives thinking?
Did you
Y'all didn't have no ideas? Y'all didn't say, I really like a Josh. I really like a James.
George.
I really like a Gregory. You want to stick with the G's? I really like a...
Takia said it this. George made up his own rules, okay?
I did clicker count. Listen, these little V's, they be confusing. Who child got the name of George? Like nobody was like, I really don't want another George. You're just running around your house calling 10 Georges.
If George said he wants that these children be named George, what you gonna do? Who gonna check him? Nobody, apparently. Nobody's checking George.
Okay. Josh was younger than you, so wasn't as far along, but he was on a similar path. He was your equal, so I agree with you regarding Emily K. Williams. But he wasn't my equal at the time. Like, that's why he quit Target. And there was no say of like, you know, obviously he was like good at his job, but there was no say of what he would become or just good vibes.
But that goes to the point to.
But I wasn't like
then and now. Like if you met Josh now, or
right, I was also not like
building an empire.
Yeah.
But even with this too, y'all are able to.
I just knew he was a good person.
Yeah. Which maybe that's why the bus drivers are upset. It's like I'm a good person.
Yeah,
I can be with you.
Because that would be the very similar situation.
Right.
When I met him, he was a team leader. You know, like it wasn't like a huge role or job, but he just was a good person.
Yeah.
So
I think that's maybe the perspective that the bus drivers are coming from. Like,
but I'm in a very different place. Like you said.
Yeah. So it really
like
just
I'm
depends.
I'm at a place in my life that Ebony is at a place in her life, right? So at this big age, with the type of money I make now, would I just go in a Target and meet a Josh that's a team leader? Probably, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't even know. I wouldn't even feel like, I don't want to say we wouldn't have anything in common, but we're just our everydays are going to look so different.
Yeah, and that's why I said I think it. And again, I didn't hear all of B. Simone's even conversation or interview. I think I'm thinking that's what she was trying to say. It came out
like we can't even move the same. If I say I want you to go, I'm going to LA this week and it's all expenses paid, you can't just go.
Yeah, because you got to take off work. You have to,
And then when you do go, can you move like I move?
Yeah.
I want to go on Rodeo and shop all day. I'm not buying you. You know, like,
yeah.
And then is that gonna make you feel the type of way because we're doing those?
And I think maybe with that clarity, and again, I don't know if she thoroughly explained it, but maybe that was the gap that was missing in the conversation.
True.
But again, too, people do want to be mad. People want to be offended by all kinds of things.
Cannon can't name his 12 kids.
Child,
he should have named them all Nick.
Did you see he said getting a fresh haircut makes him want to impregnate the world? And someone said, I don't think that's the snip you need.
Like, what the fuck? Yes, but he has similar energy and stuff that we needed. And not that he was just a good person, but he was like, I guess, driven. Maybe that's a good word to use. So it's like you can see certain characteristics in people that let you know they'll succeed in life.
Right.
Don't even get me started on Nick. Calling his kids was like a dance. 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, I was his boss at the time.
Well, 4 hours.
5. What's the difference? I bet the bus driver knows how to she was trying to clean it up on the Breakfast Club. I didn't see that. But DJ Amy was not trying to have it. Dating potential is acceptable if you're under 30. Yeah, I think at what point are we like, how long is this gonna take?
And that's why I said there's not that you one size fits all for every, and that's what we have to really be realistic about. What one person accepts is totally different what somebody else accepts. We're all in different dynamics.
Yes, product snob, I agree. Men who make less money than women react at some point, and it's usually negative. That is, I would have to agree with that. I've just seen it a lot. I've experienced it. Like I have gotten out of several relationships. Even when I was younger, I wasn't making that much money, but I just always was driven and like, I got shit to do, and just being with people where it's like, you are forever going to be in a bad place. Yeah. Just on how you move every day. You can't even get to work on time. You always getting fired. Like, I just don't move like that.
Yeah.
I can't. Yeah. I can't be around this. I'm just excited that women are making more money. Me too.
You deserve it.
Man, words mean things, and the way she framed it and then doubled down on it was very classist and demeaning. Yeah, I have to like watch the full thing.
Yeah,
because that's a good point. Because it's not. I just want people to have the right to choose.
Yeah,
if that's what they want, because I feel like everybody else gets to choose. But it's not fair to say like, well, they won't be anything or they're not worth being with because of a job you have.
Yeah.
The daughter name is George as well. Stop it right now. I'm not going back to George's ass.
You can't be. Oh my gosh.
Facts. Look at how Candy and Todd are always scrutinized. So true. And that man always works, but it'll never be enough.
Yeah.
People are just. Yeah.
And she's happy. They are happy. They're building a family. They're building a life. They're doing it. So, like I said, there is no one size fits all.
True. Like, what show is she even on? Was that Ilyana's show? Did she have a show on
I didn't even know. I don't know. And like I said, I don't know the context. Radio. I don't know her tone. I don't know. All those things I feel need to go in a play.
If my father named me after him, I would be at the Social Security office to get that changed ASAP.
I was going to be named after my dad. My mom told me. His name was Dimitri. I was going to be named Demetria.
Okay, that's not bad.
Only if I could go by Demi, which is
that's
Demi.
Beautiful.
Demi. Yeah, that's her full name.
Really?
Her full name is I think it's Demetria or something like that.
Demi was a good move.
Yeah. That's why I was like, oh, well, I could have been named Demi. Like, you can call me Demi. I feel like that'd be a cool name.
That would be an amazing name.
I'm going to start going by Demi. If George can name his kids all 8 of them after him, why can't I just start calling myself Demi?
I had a friend and her dad's name was Ted and they named her Tedisha. That's not fair. It's a little self-centered, I think. Like it can't be about, you already have your name. I know we didn't get to choose, but hey, Demi girl.
I'm going by Demi. It's done. New channel name, Demi.
That's a beautiful name.
I'm going by Demi.
It's like, I feel like that never caught on. Like, you don't meet a lot of Demis.
Yeah.
Even though she was like a superstar.
Yeah. Call me Demi. Call me Demi. Moving forward.
Demi. Okay. Whatever. Hey, Demi girl. She did an interview on the Breakfast Club because of the backlash. That's when she talked about the types of jobs Black men are okay with.
Well, see, even now,
like that gets into
because
that's like a systematic. It gets into racial things.
And that part I don't. Again,
and it can become classist.
Yeah, I have to really see the rest of this because I don't agree with that part.
I'm Angela after Angelo. Hate it. Oh, Angela's a pretty name.
Mm-hmm.
But like, does she not know about systemic racism?
Yeah. It sounds like from what y'all saying, she just started with saying a point and just dug a bigger hole, either maybe because of the interviewer or what. But it sounds like it just kind of got worse the more she explained herself. But she said she should have never gone on the Breakfast Club, which I don't think they're great interviewers anyway.
No. So I would never go.
No.
There's very few places you're going to go and have a constructive conversation.
Exactly. The Breakfast Club is not one of them.
Like, they're just looking for highlight reels and sound bites.
Yeah.
Like, no. Interesting. This was delicious.
It was. This was a good time. We should do this again. Sorry. Excuse me.
Gotta burp my baby.
Yeah.
I feel like Josh definitely had ambition, which is key. Ambition is very important. And you can see that in people. Like the relationships I was talking about that I let go, those people weren't ambitious. Like, no matter what situation I was ever in, I always knew there was more for me. But it was also like, I just always worked like that.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not staying in this place. I'm not staying in this city. I'm not like, I just.
Yeah.
And you would meet and interact with people where it's just like, what are you trying to do? Because you're not moving like you got shit to do. Yeah. You know? Mm-hmm. Even if you don't know the specific thing. Yeah. Or the specific dream. Yeah. But like, you just moving like. Yeah. You can't even get up and go to work on time. Yeah. Yeah. What are we doing? Yeah. Like, I had boyfriends like, you got fired again? Yeah. I don't get fired from a job. Like, that's just not. Yeah. I was raised, that's not an option. Because the bills is due. Yeah, yeah. What? Right. Oh, you go get your car repossessed? What? What? Then what do we do? Like, where will we get another car? Like, how you gonna get to work? You can't not have a car because you gotta get to work. Like, it's. Whew. Yes. Yes, it's true. They do. When you're carrying financially, they resent you if the relationship ends. What's so funny? Akita, that's your cue. You see, I'm already leaned all the way over now. No, nothing's wrong with being a little tardy. I mean, I'm never tardy, but nothing's wrong with being a little tardy. But people that said talk about tardy, maybe I think it's what you're talking about, not getting to work on time and getting fired. I'm guessing. Oh, I don't get it though. I don't show up late for work. Oh. Time for heel toe again. No, I love this. I felt crazy for breaking up with a guy without ambition, but I don't regret it because I can't have a baby with someone like that. And that's a very good point. And this isn't it, and this is not necessarily having a baby, but you know, I saw somebody say something along the lines of like, well, they were saying something about single mothers and saying, you know, a very blanket statement saying like, well, you know, well, you pick, you know, people get online talking about baby daddy. Yeah, exactly. You pick wrong. But then when you say you don't want a bus driver. Right. Not saying that's the wrong pick. Right. But when you get picky. Yeah. It's like, why are you being picky? Yeah. Yeah. It's like, you can't win for losing. And it's if people don't change and evolve. And I think too, that's what I was saying about people can change and evolve. Because on both ends, you can get with somebody, y'all a great relationship. As soon as you get pregnant with them, they change. They're a totally different person. On the flip side of that as well, people can change to be better people. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I've known people who've doesn't have good work ethic and then eventually build that. They build on that. So the point of that was it's just taking those little signs to make educated decisions. That's the point. And let me make my decision. That's the point. I'm making it based on what you show me. Mm-hmm. If you change later, good for you. Good for you. But that's not what showed up today. Mm-hmm. In this season, if that doesn't work for me, then that's not what's going to work in this season. No, I would not be a great mother. Oh, you saw she didn't want to take him to the airport. That poor baby. Go ask your daddy. If I can't even get a ride, look, we don't even live in Atlanta where to get to the airport, you gotta go the day before. We have the best airport. Like, we have the best. You can leave now. Your flight can be in 30 minutes. You're gonna get on that flight. Oh Lord. I'm not gonna put that burden on Josh. Daddy, go ask your daddy. Goodness gracious. Oh Lordy. Ooh. I cracked myself up. You are very funny. Oh, y'all are the best. Mm-hmm. I told someone that today. A good man will never be intimidated by his woman's success. That is true. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That is so true. What'd you tell somebody today? Oh, there was like, we're so happy about good girlfriends. It's always a good time. And I said, really, it's y'all that make it a good time.
You know, it's the girlfriends.
For sure.
Like we chat, but it's the girlfriends that make it what this is.
Yeah. You're like the other half of the conversation.
They are. We're one, y'all are two. It's not 1, 2, and 3. It's we're one and y'all are one.
Yes, it's time. Good night.
All right.
Go ahead.
Aja, close us on out.
Also, a special shout out to Aja. She's our only moderator.
Yes.
Because
she does a great job.
She does it. We couldn't do it without her.
Literally.
And shout out to Josh for the drinks. Cheers. You take one last sip? No. Just let it go.
Okay, I got it.
It was so much fun.
This was
so glad. I'm so glad.
This was a good time.
And a minute, I think it was an hour and 12.
An hour and
12.
Or was it 20?
Or was it 20? That's close enough.
That's close
Better
enough.
than going through all 5 hours. Is the high speed chase. So if you just want to finish your night with a good cackle, go on over to the Good Girlfriends chat from Thanksgiving.
Yes.
And go to an hour and 12 to 20.
She put on there 20.
An hour and 20. And enjoy that story. And come back and tell me how you liked it.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome.
So, some of my best work. Also, I risk my life. So
yeah.
Please enjoy it.
And thank you guys for all the help and advice from earlier.
Yeah. We went through
we covered a lot. Because we haven't done it so long, there was still so much to cover.
Yeah.
And we still didn't even
do better.
Yeah. Are we though? Because right now, what's our track record?
I mean, this night was because of me, so. Well, actually, it was because of the membership last night.
The girls have been asking.
But it sparked, the membership sparked it, me saying tonight.
That's true.
They said, and then you were in there too.
Do we have a cadence though?
I mean, it's on Akita. It's her channel next.
It was really on.
I'll be back on Friday.
Be back on Friday, but your mom's coming.
Yeah. And you'll be gone because it's Mother's Day.
No, I'll be here.
Oh, where will your mom be?
She's at home. But I'm going back home for Memorial Day weekend. So that's the only reason why I'm not going for Mother's Day. I'll be back.
Here we are. We'll see you in 2024.
So May is a wrap. Maybe next month, June. June.
Good night, queens.
We don't just hang up the phone on them like that. All right, pull it together. You better focus. Okay,
you gotta get on your Zoom.
You gotta get on your Zoom. All right, girlfriends. And thank you so much for being here. Thank you for all your advice. Once again, don't forget to share this with your friends. Laugh. We love catching up in the next day. Make sure as well you're subscribed to Janae's YouTube channel, my YouTube channel, following her on Instagram. Follow me on Instagram. Follow Janae on TikTok. Follow me on TikTok. Follow Janae on Lemonade. I'm not on Lemonade yet. What else? The blog.
Read the blog.
Read the blog.
Subscribe to the newsletter. Follow me on Pinterest.
If you need
follow us on Like to Know It.
Like to Know It. Oh yeah, I'm on Like to Know It. Yeah.
Akita sobered up for the heel toe.
Listen, under pressure, I can get up now. For any HR support and consultations, follow me at Creative Career Changers. That's the website as well. We also have a private Facebook group as well.
News to me.
And I told you your memory is selective though, but nonetheless.
The Lux Letter. Yes. Go to my website, sign up to the Lux Letter if you'd like to be a part of my newsletter.
Yeah.
Shout out to you, Ajay.
And good night.
Someone's got to hit the button.
I sure wish you could hang it up for us.
Bye. Oh, not yet. Oh.